order. Come to order, we're calling to order the council retreat. And, I was kind of dependent on an agenda, but I don't. Here's one.
Here's one. It's after one that's 26.
All right, Mr. Forte.
Here.
Mr. Brown,
Here.
Ms. Helms,
Here.
Ms. Gasper,
Here.
Ms. Watkins,
Here.
Crowley's present, Mr. Timmons.
Here.
Krauser. Here. Steve.
Here.
Let's have an occasion. God, thank you for our help, thank you for the help of our community. Bless our actions to be of service. With your guidance. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Let's move to the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance.
And to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Civility pledge.
I pledge to build a stronger and more prosperous community by advocating for civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of the town of Alton.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the town council retreat agenda.
Motion to approve.
Discussion. Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Record show pass. The retreat agenda unanimously. Let's see, we have our partners at CCNI Services for building services and accreditation. First up on our deal.
Yes.
Well, whatever, thank you very much. Got a few things for you I would like you to, excuse me, you go for it. This is the book with our department. I'm gonna ask you to share those. I found it nice in the office and I had 4 of them. I took one. I did give the ladies a couple of things.
Perfect.
If I give you one.
Very good.
Teachers have given you perfect.
Does that mean proper?
What's that, sir?
I mean, trade.
Oh.
I like to give the lady.
Well, I'll let you know.
I'm all confused.
We'll get it sorted out. Thank you, sir.
And just for council too, I did mention this at the last council. They would provide, they would be a partner that we use instead of the county for all of our building service needs.
Oh.
So we currently use Charleston County for if you need to get a building permit, large permit, and permit, CCNI services would be taking that over. Just giving them context to why they're here today. And I appreciate County for being here.
Mayor, Federal Council, thank you very much for your time and opportunity to speak with you about CCNI code enforcement services. We're out of Roebuck, South Carolina. We cover the state of South Carolina. I am the business development manager for CCNI. I go around and talk to mayors, city managers, building officials, jurisdictions on their meeting. I really like to. And we try to work with them and try to work CCNI building department together with you. Sorry, I'm winded. I went to 6971 Door Road, but that's right here and sent me away somewhere else. Y'all might want to get that straightened out so that the booklet in front of you, I apologize for not having stuff in here. Thank you, Ms. Watkins, might have an aching for somebody who can get this. That tells you a lot about CCNI. It tells you who the CEO is, the way he was, CFO, Jennifer was, she basically is the principal behind the company. Is of course, a minority, and was a certified permit technician with ICC. COO is Josh Christian, and then the list of inspectors are going to go through there and see. You'll see the certifications as well as expand license for each one of them. Wayne, probably TJ, neighbors, several others are master code professionals. Brian Rackman is our plans designer. Josh Christian and Wayne both are MCPs, videos, and quite a few of us certified gold officials as you'll see as you go through them. Several staff members are there to take care of the office. We've added more since then. I think we're about 22 to 25 strong. I'm gonna scout the office staff. And we have inspectors close here as in Mount Pleasant, as well as in Florence. Several things in there, you'll see my business card before, and I'm always available. You can call me on my cell phone, or you can call the office. They're gonna transfer me to my cell phone. You just call, that's fine. You need to talk to Wayne Lewis, he is approachable right away. Put cards in your brochure. One of the things when we do inspections or do the building permits, and if y'all go with the building department aspect of this, we will leave y'all these cards. You will do the zone, you know what you want, and where it can go on that lot. What you don't want is a liquor store near your church or something like this. Those kind of things happen. You're required to have setback problems, residential property. Those things zonings do, or we will enforce that for you as we move forward. And this card here is what they would give contractor or homeowner who's gonna pull the permit and move forward. Now again, homeowners can be their own builder. Doesn't need to be distributed, you use licensed contractors from your town as well as those from the state and the municipal. And then mechanical, electrical, plumbing and gas, they can get that out. Now, sorry, notice here, this is in case we come up to do inspections, especially for homeowners. They'd had to run down the road, the dog got out, we never know what the reason may be, but we can't go in or go on the property without letting them know. So we would hang this on the door and give the car, put the time over there, and please give us a call. It's rescheduled. And we'll go to the next one, code enforcement. This is a program we also offer. As a building department jurisdiction, this will be $75 an hour. I don't think you may need it, but we help you with your zoning inspections, business license inspections, air premises, free, trash. And what we would do is say this, if we need to, we would send a notice. We make sure that what we do, we try to do, legal, the time searches and doing things right away. And the sheet of papers that you have here, I want to go through that. In the book, if you full thumb through it, you'll see a blonde lady and a gentleman who are code enforcement officers. They have the upstate for not 20 up. She has not 20 down, she's out of Georgetown, South Carolina, so she's not far from here. It was mentioned that $75 an hour, if you'd like to go with that. You use it, great. You don't want to use it, don't use it. She's just part of the contract, don't need to decide to do it. As I mentioned earlier, CCNI has a third party company. And we want to be your building department. Several things we do, CCI pays a percentage back to you for all the building permits we issue. That's usually around 12%, that's the lowest we pay. It can be higher and negotiated due to the developments going on in Orlando right now. I doubt Charleston County pays you anything. Best thing we offer too is plan review, 2 to 3 days on residential, 2 to 10 days on commercial, depending on the complexity of the job. You can have a Walmart to go quicker than an office building. For many of our homeowners and contractors, they apply with the card. It's easy to do, and do it. Just call the number, we'll help them out. And this walk through the first time without any problem. But as I mentioned, plan review is good. We check all state license. We also make sure that once your zoning is approved, they have a business license in your jurisdiction. And that is going to keep it, that's your money, not ours. We don't want it. You collect it, you charge it, and we'll let you go get it if you need to. Next day inspections, call in before 4 o'clock today, we're gonna be here tomorrow. I don't think the county can do that, it might be a couple of weeks. King's kind of tough to get along with, but I like him a lot. I don't know what's in that. Certification, like CR, certification, like change of businesses requires CR, we're gonna do that inspection on that change of occupancy rate. The inspections on commercial buildings still require CO changes if it changes that occupancy. We work with the local fire marshal, if you want us to, if not, we have one on staff, and you can use, however, that is the same $75 charge. The charge will be on the other fire marshal for jurisdictions, unincorporated and incorporated. Places like North Store and those, they don't need it, they got their home. Insurance, it's in the back of the book, shows all the insurance requirements that we have. Way over my head, I just know we got good insurance, and we're trying to, You're glad to get a contract with Grant Chief for you to review at your next council meeting if you wish. If you have any questions about that, we're proud to have a few. Yes.
Does this include, because we do have some residents who, after they've moved in, they're adding like pools and outdoor kitchens and cabanas and things like that. Do you do those?
Pools, depends on decks would be an outdoor kitchen, that's it's almost buy it, bring it in and set it down.
Well, I'm talking about like a pergola, if they added a pergola or like another structure.
There would be problem.
Okay.
Due to the wind zones and the construction of it, life safety of people that are going to be, especially kids, fences are required for swimming pools.
The Roebuck, South Carolina,
Yes, sir.
that's what the old South of Spartanburg,
Yes, sir, that's in mine.
is that where you live? Is that?
No, sir,
But your organization is based out of Roebuck.
that is correct. We have inspectors all over the state.
11 years ago, y'all were founded 11 years ago,
13 now.
13 by a lady. Yeah, right? You gotta read it, it was who founded, who's the founder of the company?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you understand.
Who was the founder of your company?
Josh Christian and Wayne Willis. And Jennifer Wolf, that's his wife, and she put the money behind it, and they took off.
Right, and you all have a great, record of service over your 13 years, and you've had any.
Exceptional to my knowledge, you can't please everyone. We lost one to RCI, that was up in Radford, they wanted us to collect fees for infrastructure. We can't do that. So they don't go when we left.
Right, the fees were something that I was also interested in, I'm sure Mr. Crosby was walking to understand it better, but I think that. Going with an independent company like CC&I would double the revenue the town would receive. Like from 10% to 20% or something like that, could somebody that knows more about that, talk about that?
So we currently get 10% from Charleston County on all building permits, so that also includes electrical, mechanical, plumbing permits. So anytime that somebody gets a building permit or we send them to Charleston County, they would need to get it. And then the CC&I services, the only things is because Daniel has also, our town planner has worked with them through the state. And he also fully supports CC&I services. Some things to consider would be for our stormwater. If we do work with CC&I services, the state currently treats us as an MS4 as it stands. If we stay with the county, we can have like an intergovernmental agreement as it relates to stormwater specifically, or if there's a different avenue that the council would like to take on for review of stormwater. Related to that or any of our engineering services. But that's just some addition, and the county also handles our floodplain management, and I believe CC&I services was looking to get.
We are trying to get into that. I'm talking to Georgetown right now. One of the things I like Stephen Allen's got is the road runner app, and it actually will help you do that floodplain. I'm talking to Wayne about me just taking that out. Everything could be done from the office. And that would be an easy thing to do. if you've got someone that understands floodplain, hasn't seen a family that is, they could do this as well. Basically, it's just given the height of the BFE based on elevation. I think yours is probably 2 feet above that. Okay, and I don't know what your elevation could be, on the coast, it could be 12 feet, up here it could be 0 to 2 feet.
Yes, our current floodplain management standards are the same as Charleston County.
Okay. Just me.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand the process. So let's say someone wants to build a home. They still come to our planning office and apply for a building permit, correct?
Apply for the zoning, zoning is match the permit.
Okay,
Zoning is what tells you to put on that lot and where you can put it.
but they still come here and we process that application. So then I know we're talking about bringing that in-house from the county, but currently, where does the county step in when someone is applying for their building or zoning permit?
So for the zoning permit, they go through us first. They don't talk with Charleston County at all.
Okay,
Once they get the official zoning permit, then they go to Charleston County. They have to prove that they have that zoning permit in hand
did you start building?
to start building.
But we're talking about bringing that in-house also?
No, so the only portion from Charleston County that we were discussing at the last council retreat was business licenses.
Got it, okay.
So
Now,
that's a separate,
but then after they've built and they're asking for their CO, that's when you join the relationship. Okay,
We actually, shoot building permit, we check that license, your business license, to make sure they have one in your town, they have correct license to the state, as well as do for the view they have. And, we issue the building permit, and the plans have to approve.
Okay.
Those are sent to us digitally, and as I said, we've got to put turn rate on those things.
Okay.
Right now, Charleston County, Ravenel, Hollywood, are with us. Help somebody get bank lines going right now. Those are good questions. 20% I'll ask private for and see what I can get them to do. Have you got any idea of the permits that are going on now with Charleston County?
the text, I mean, right now, we're only getting, the last month was $2,300 because it's kind of the slower months for certain things. We are slated to have some of pending the review from the planning department, there are previously approved plan developments for subdivisions that we could see that construction coming online in the next couple of years. It just depends if they meet all of the necessary requirements.
I have one more question. What is the term of your contracts? And if we're unhappy, what is is there a termination fee or is it 30-day notice?
The second part is 30-day notice for you guys or for us.
But there's not like an annual contract, it's like month to month or,
We probably could do a one, hopefully we'd like to go 5 or 3 year with 2-year extensions.
okay. Okay. I was just curious what the general,
Good question, but even if we're a 5-year contract, you can let us go for 1 month.
okay.
Most jurisdictions you cannot, or 30.
I'm still trying to understand the process. So hypothetically, I want to build a house. So I come in here and say, this is what I want to build. This is where I want to build it. This is where I've determined the septic system can be.
Well,
A well or city. And what happens here is I'm told, okay, yeah, that all works. You're within the setbacks. You're not on the septic drain field, things like that. So now with that information, now I go to my architect and my engineer. And I get a set of plans developed. Those plans include floor plans, elevations, some cross sections, and an electrical plan. The structurals include not just a foundation plan, but floor and roof engineering. And now, so that with that, then where do I go to get a building permit?
Well, we do, let me back up on one, you do need the mechanical, all the mechanicals in the drawings, so mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and then.
Electrical, I'm in this county, didn't know they need mechanical, but let's assume they do. Okay, so I have my complete working drawings for permit submittal. So where do I go with that?
You, the homeowner, can build your own building.
Yeah.
You two could do all the sub work, but you need a permit for that.
I know, where do I go to get,
If you're gonna use that small car, it's, you're like. You're gonna call the office or email the plans to the office and they will be approved within 2.
right, so that's, now we're putting the county plan review out of the picture, okay? Mhm.
You would pay for those plan reviews again.
Okay.
It's like if you were at the county, you'll pay for plan review, you can pay for a lot more stuff than just the building.
Okay. So you said something there. My experience in this county is they're gonna look for an electrical. They're not looking for mechanical and plumbing. I mean, I've seen them, obviously. Well, I'm talking residential.
I understand.
So I know in Bluffton, they only require a foundation plan, which it's been a fiasco down there.
Right, and even just electrical plans, you can come to that as well. We want to see the mechanical, we want inspectors to come out, see that they were drawn accordingly. You yourself, or an engineer or architect now, depending on the height of the house here on the coast, you may have.
Right, but so. Can we I mean, why should we, if the county isn't requiring it? In my opinion, in Bluffton, they need to require more structural drawings. I don't mean to get off on a tangent, but, you're saying in this county, in Charleston County, you need mechanicals and, plumbing. If Charleston County doesn't require it, why should we now require it?
Now,
Okay,
there's various levels of regulatory authority.
pardon?
There are various levels of regulatory authority.
Mm-hmm.
The state of South Carolina has a state building.
Yeah,
Okay, everybody has to go by that. You don't have a choice. Then there are county regulations that apply to unincorporated areas. And there are local regulations for municipalities that pertain to the incorporated areas, which we have. So when you keep saying Charleston County, they have a certain level. The state does, and we as a county all do as well. If
okay,
we want to include other things that are not covered by the state regulations or the county regulations, we can do that.
I try hard not to lead with my resume, but on any given week. 3 or 4 sets of plans come across my desk for mainly places in Charleston County and also in Bluffton. And I look at these plans, the Bluffton plans, foundation plan only, no plumbing.
You're looking at, Bluffton as a city, incorporated municipality.
I don't know, these are in,
Yes, they are.
okay, no, I mean, these plans that those folks down there are sending me, I don't know that they're all within the municipality.
If they're Bluffton, they're in the municipality.
Okay, all right, so if they're in Charleston, they're in Charleston.
If they're not in Bluffton, they're in Beaufort County.
Okay, I'm sorry, we need to stop, we're off on a rabbit trail.
No, we're not. And I have some questions germane to this as well. Sure. We do, the process, as I understand, is when it comes to, we have something called a zone. All right, and that zone permit, so if you're gonna build a house, if you're gonna build a house here in Ottawa, Hall, you came here and you talked to Dan, on whatever. You would submit for a zoning permit, he would require you to submit a site plan, right? And by that, you have to know what you're going to put on the lot in order to be able to do that. You
Absolutely,
have to know where various components are, like your driveway, and your septic tank, or your well, and where your house and other outbuildings and any physical coverage that the lot is going to go. And that's basically the setbacks, lot coverage. and a height limitation. I think they actually require the other things, the full set of drawings, right? We do that, currently. I believe, is that correct?
Yes, we do see for like new construction, there are like sets that we see. For like specifically for the elevation, but like the interior stuff, we wouldn't really be seeing because that would be more towards the building
We
department.
require full.
I asked Dan to come on down here for that specifically.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I mean, if you're doing that, it's not, I mean, the new elevations, you kind of have to sort of. Do something, but anyway, we get those plans, we ascertain them with respect to the zoning requirements. And if that's in order, then they get get approval for this, zoning permit, which then is transferred with the plan to the county, which I assume would be in the day.
Again, rabbit trail, I don't articulate very well, because you're basically repeating what I tried to just communicate. I know what happens here, and then I know what is supposed to happen when I go to Charleston.
Is that,
Let me go to the question on why we don't do plumbing, gas, mechanical.
I thought you said you did.
We do, I'm sorry, why you don't.
Right, yeah, okay.
Why we do it is if the inspector comes out here, and you've had ceiling fans ready for a final. And you got smoke detectors too close to the ceiling fan, and you've got vents too close. It's going to cause problems for the smoke.
Well, that's all electrical. That is on the
Well,
plan.
well, social mechanics.
Not in, not.
The building, someone that's a licensed home builder, building the permit, he can be responsible for all four things.
That's right.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So can I get a word in here? We've reached our time capacity for what's budgeted for this presentation. I'm happy to discuss and further be educated and discuss how to be educated on the process. But what's in front of us was a presentation from Mr. Phipps on their services. If everybody sort of understands who Mr. Phipps is and who he represents. Yeah.
I have questions about the scope of the services.
Well, we have it here. I think we got Ann here too, so we got our program.
So as far, so the services for your inspection, it's just building stuff. Y'all want to do zoning inspections.
We will help if you go with the code enforcement aspect of it.
I'm not talking about. On
Okay,
a site,
correct.
on a site, you wait, don't say, man, you don't meet the side yard setback, so.
We look, when we look at the building, because we want to know that.
So y'all cover foundation, framing, electrical, insulation.
Like all mechanical trades would be done prior to installation, so
Okay,
you would have placement.
but all that stuff, full service, roof, all that. Okay, so that's, and then issue the CO.
Well, as long as everything passed, yes.
That's right, that's the end goal.
Before we check with zoning, to make sure they're ready to go, if there's any setbacks, especially in commercial and setbacks, but concerns with releasing that to the public. Last thing we want to do is issue a CO and you require a pay law, you got a ground law, no handicap parking, so a lot more here.
All right, that answers my question. Well, I have other concerns.
And if there is a re-inspection required, the first one's free, the next one's $65 a contractor is paying this.
Right, Mr. Harry, do you have anything to add to this? I know we called you in.
I was just gonna say, from previous experience, I think CCNI is one of the better companies in this industry for this private service. Currently, we use Charleston County, so if we were to have an in-office system through a company like CCNI, that would assist us in some communication and, after we issue a zoning permit, there's not as much of a disconnect or, things can be handled more locally than it is like leaving here and having to go to North Charleston to do something, someone could do it all in house with us. By it to CCNI.
And also you can charge for your zoning. Feel free.
I think one of my biggest concerns is the enforcement, and we've talked about this. I mean, it's because we don't have that on site. I mean, Dan can write a letter, but we don't have the teeth and it's kind of the wild, wild west out there.
Sure is.
You just maybe I'll get some,
It'll be in the contract, you wanna use it, you can use it, if you don't wanna use it, that's great. If you come around a council meeting or three down the road, you wanna use it to service.
I think that's one of our biggest. Do you feel, Dan, like this streamlines and gives you some additional support and makes your job easier to have this service?
I think the continuity of it would be a lot easier, especially if we were to tag in, you know, code enforcement aspects of it, because, you know, that is something that is a large issue.
I think that's what really opened up this whole discussion was our need for code enforcement. Yeah.
The other nice thing too is, that we would get a percentage from all of the building permits, but also get, like a zoning permit. Portal through their software fee, whereas like we get a percentage from Charleston County, but still have to pay for our own software. So if we were to move away from this or move away from the county and go in a direction similar to this, we would have potentially a higher percentage from revenues, and then also less expense that towns are incurring for additional software for zoning permit application and streamline it with their building
And
services.
we could find out what software that allows $1,000.
plus the increased efficiency of the, not having document development and so forth. Is the code enforcement piece part of the package, if we can say that?
Yeah, it's $75 an hour, minimum 4 hours, including a 1 hour drive time. She's in Georgetown, so she's not far from here. Secondly, if you would just get that alone, it's $100. So we have jurisdictions that don't have a full department, or jurisdictions that have a full department, but that'd be good.
And I'm sure it's well worth it. I will, go out on a limb and try to relieve you of the podium. Thank you for coming. We appreciate your interest in the town hall and all. We take under consideration, and I feel good about his presentation. I think he has as much as we need to. It made a good impression on the council, I believe.
Very thank you, town council, thank you so much. Thank all you do.
Will do.
You like it?
All right, hey, does anybody need a break? Does anybody need a bathroom break? All right, hearing none. The park board, from 10 to 10:30, wants to have our attention, show the master plan, I believe.
Morning, everyone, for your time. I know you'll have a busy day. Got our vice chair William here. I'm still in capacity as chair. Also, our secretary Chris is going to be joining us here in a second. Before we get to the master plan, I just want to give you a quick update. Guys, we have a strong commitment. This is going to be a big year for the park. Our current progress, we had our joint meeting with the town council on January 13th. A lot of the inputs that we received contributed to the creation of this master plan. Cameras were installed at all 4 park entrances. Entrance 1 parking lot is done. The fencing, we're just waiting on locates to be called in, and the fencing should start within the next 5 days or so. And then we voted on this master plan at our meeting on February the 19th. It is worth noting that this master plan is a draft. It is here for feedback from y'all, recommendations, thoughts, plans. I'm gonna let our vice chair go over some upcoming work we have.
Yeah, so as far as upcoming work, we expect the fencing project to be done around the parking lot early March. As far as the event permit and fee structure, myself and Ms. Frazier are actually in the final stages of finalizing that as far as recommendations for you guys as well. We are also in contact with some porta potty companies as far as getting something finalized, and those all should be done by the 10th of March. And lastly, we're looking at a larger permit signage. That should be done by mid-March, and then we also came up with a date for a ribbon cutting ceremony, which will be around April 18th, if you guys allow that. So these are all recommendations. Once again, other than that, that's the upcoming work, and I would like to bring.
Wait,
Chris Ott.
what did, I'm sorry, what did you say after porta potty? What was that?
Larger permanent signage, excuse me, larger.
Larger permanent signage,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Discussing, our recommendation is gonna be a company called Fast Signs, but I think we'll get to that, because they gave us the best quotes, Mr. Jim Gray is the phenomenal man that I met and, that we've been discussing with, so. We're gonna roll with him if you guys allow it, of course.
I'll bring those to the town council meeting, the recommendations and then.
Next week.
Yeah, yeah. The ribbon cutting and the signs, have to.
And then we'll also have the final copy of the application guidelines and the fee structure.
Will you have the porta potty recommendations by next
Yes.
Thursday?
Yep.
Okay.
That's gonna be a permanent thing, porta potties on there.
So, until. I think we'll kind of discuss that in the master plan, but as of right now, we want some kind of some kind of proposal out there, but it's just temporary until we get a actual structure. Structure facilities out there, so, other than that, Mr. Chris, any other questions before I bring up Mr. Austin?
That's so far so good. I love it. Some of the progress. I feel a different kind of vibe from the park deal. You're trying to do that good work.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'd love to get with this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Mayor, council, first off, just wanted to say thanks. Again, I know you have a busy agenda. Cut me off if we go too long. Are we good till 10:30? Is that good?
I'd give you a little extra time if you need it, because you got a
Yeah,
lot.
I mean, it's kind of up to y'all. I want to keep this like more discussion. All right, but thanks for meeting with us on the 13th of January, because that meeting helps inform us and kind of give us some of your vision for the park as well as we make recommendations that you all approve. Just a real quick story, and I just want y'all to know where I'm coming from, being on the park board. I lived in Charleston, the Air Force brought me here 2002. 2003, I was fortunate enough to fly with the chief of staff of the entire, the 4-star general. He wanted to hop on a C-17 flying out of Charleston to go to Iraq and Afghanistan and see what Charleston air crews were doing during those operations. So flying over the Atlantic, he's like, "All right, Chris, you're a young lieutenant and here in Charleston, like, tell me about yourself." They're like, "Hey, I grew up in a small mining town in Pennsylvania." And he's like, "Yeah, that's all great, but like, why are you here? Like, why are you serving? What brought you to this place?" So that always stuck with me throughout my career, is to ask the why, right? My why for serving on the park board could be a very simple answer, like I live right next to the park. Right? It goes much deeper than that. I was very blessed. Marley and I moved like 12 times. We lived from Charleston to the Northwest to the Northeast, 5 years in Germany, almost 100 countries, Antarctica, you name it. I've seen a lot. I was very blessed during my career. And that is why I served on this park board, because I think I realized how special Ondal is, and particularly this park is, to be here next to this 250,000-acre national forest, one of the largest protected seashores on the East Coast. Like, this is a special place. That's why I'm here. But that's a long intro to say, this is the why, this plan, right? Yeah, it might be short on some details. That's gonna fill in, I think, as time goes on and with your recommendations as well. So that's where we're starting with today. Captain, I guess we're just gonna go off paper, right? Everyone has a copy. I kind of followed a little bit of like the town's comprehensive plan as we put this together. I'm just gonna go over to the park history. We just put that in there because I think they're on slide 3. It's important to realize how long this has been a process. It has been a priority for the town for quite some time. And it was Greenbelt funds and taxpayer dollars that purchased this property, and we're legally bound to keep it a passive park. I just want you all to know, in our planning efforts, we realize that we're adhering to, I know Councilman Prowse brought up the previous plans, the conceptual plans, and we're trying to work within those to bring this master plan forward. Slide 4 there, why is the park special? I think this is a good one here. Just a little bit of Google research, and is it is the largest municipal park in the town. Yeah, I realize James Island County Park is a bit larger, right? You can point to some county parks, that might be large, but municipal park, we have the largest. So I think again, some, on our behalf, really responsibility to, create this park and foster it in the right way. I already talked, borders the forest, it's, what I could find one of the largest freshwater lakes, there's not many in Charleston County. It connects to the East Coast Greenway Trail, that trail isn't fully connected across from Maine to Florida yet, but someday it might be, in our parks borders that trail, also known as like the Appalachian Trail for cyclists. And one of the other things I'm pretty passionate about, particularly when you fly up and down the East Coast, is this is one of the darkest areas on the East Coast. We're pretty fortunate to have that. I know McClellanville was working on some lighting ordinances. We are as well. But it's important to note that park sits in the center of kind of one of those darkest areas.
Largest and the darkest.
Yeah, that kind of goes together.
It's so great.
Now, once I get into strategic, please, I like if you have questions for Ashley, William, or me as we go through this, because we want your feedback. Like Ashley said, it is a draft, so. This was our thoughts on the strategic direction. If you go out from 2026, including this year through 35, it's a 10-year plan. So roughly in this first phase, I think we already touched on that during the joint council meeting, is that first phase is really just opening the park responsibly. We've already talked a little bit about some of the activities that are going on back there, folks that are used to maybe driving vehicles there and everything. So we're looking at it from, let's make this park a safe place for people to visit and a place they want to come back to, as well as having some amenities. But right now, this phase one is focused on the natural elements that the park has to give, not the man-made features. Phase two, that's where, building community value, and we'll get into more of that. And then phase three is like, hey, how do we make this a park that has that enduring value for the community longer term? So basically open safely, simply first. You mentioned the porta potties. Yes, porta potties aren't a long-term goal. But in the short term, I think it is a viable.
Well, that's not what I meant until the permanent.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. So any other comments on strategic direction, or we're on base with those? Phase one, we've kind of already talked a little bit about last month, but the goal here, open the park safely, simply prioritizing the open space to the next. We listed out these phases with like, all right, going into this phase, like what's our objectives, priorities, and then what projects kind of support those efforts. So objectives, again, safety, basic visitor infrastructure, which right now we're focused on a place to park, signage, where to go, how to enjoy the park, and a place to use the restroom if you need to. All right. Again, protection of natural resources, and then let's talk about priorities. It's mostly that parking area development, just like I said, restroom solution, and the initial trail development. There are, we could call trails or roads already in place, but there are areas, to develop those fully really need some attention. So the projects, you all have the presentation in front of you, and Ashley just went over, and we're already working on those projects. And I think the gravel parking area looks really good. So phase one, I know we heard a call for, and I like maps myself, any charts or a picture you can get me. So again, we can update these, but I'm looking at the phase one conceptual map. Let's just talk real quick. Entrance 1 and 3 is you'll see is like where we're developing parking areas. That's kind of open to discussion, because we've always talked about entrance 2. But you'll see as we go on that entrance 2, the middle entrance is more our event center. Why do we do that? Again, we're trying to focus on celebrating, prioritizing, however you want to say it, that open space. And when you go to the park, we didn't feel that putting a parking lot right in the middle of the open space was the place to start. We felt on the periphery, and basically, if you want to say build in or not build in, maybe we keep that open and only use that for events. So big picture, that's kind of where we're going. The proposed Lake Loop Trail, it's already in place. It's a road. Some of the wettest areas is up in the top right corner along the lake there, very wet. You know, that would require some work. Other areas of that blue trail are already in place and really could be open today. I mean, I think some of you have already walked those areas, right? We do have a connection road back to the Greenway Trail. And as William brought up, he really feels, and I think it was a great point, that the berm trail, it's about a half-mile length. It goes up, you know, it's one of the higher elevations in the county probably, so it's a good viewpoint from up there, and it's, again, all it would require is, you know, some maintaining with mowing, because the, you know, the weeds and grass do go.
Are you talking about the berm along Door Road?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like plus across from your neighborhood? Okay.
That purple trail basically goes across the top.
Oh, I see it in pink, right?
Yeah, I
Sorry.
think purple and Jenna.
No, you had it in the verbiage. It's just, it was faint. I missed it. Sorry.
And then the next page, this phase 1, those are just the current projects. We did put some pictures if you haven't driven on Doors. That's the gravel parking lot. I want to thank Catherine for her help with the cameras. They're up and running. So I think those are all good safety initiatives.
My question. Is this the parking lot?
Yes,
That's gonna be the only parking lot?
in phase 1, yes.
How big is it? How many acres?
It's 30 cars. Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to keep it in the budget of about, 25,000, and with the fencing, the reason, I don't know if that picture shows it well enough, we could reduce the amount of fencing because it borders the national forest, so we basically make an L-shaped fence around that parking lot, so vehicles can have access.
You have any idea when you're gonna have a special event there?
But I guess the first one would be the ribbon cutting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if council approves our ribbon cutting on April 18th, that would be our first event.
And you think the parking lot full of 30 cars?
Do. We can always open up gate 3 for additional parking. There's not a technical parking there, but there is space or something, there's space in that gate 2.
Also, there's plenty based on like when we've had
Yes.
the Grove Festival, there's
We
plenty
just-
of parking there.
I'd heard some rumor a little bit consistently about an Easter egg hunt in the park. I understand there's one last year that people attended and that sort of thing. I also heard that, all the people that own dogs want to take their dog to the park, which is perfectly good. Is there anything, have y'all thought about dog, maintenance? Proposed for the park with the kids are looking for Easter eggs, you don't want.
Pirates, we're gonna have to address that issue as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the short of the answer, I would say we have not got a detailed dog park plan. We've talked about it a little bit, maybe being back kind of behind the lake. There's an open area where we can keep the dogs away from like the general trail area where people are hanging out. But I would say that would probably be more in phase 2.
I will say though, for the green belt, when we have discussed using it, potentially carving out a specific area for a dog park. They said that we would have to amend our grant in order to allow for a specific dog park.
I don't mind just going with your range of the dog, it's you gotta be responsible for what the dog leaves behind, like you've seen those. Something to do, there's some place to put it.
Yeah.
There's some resources on the site, there's some kind of sign that says. This is your responsibility.
Right.
My only other thing is not my only other thing, but one of the things, I'm so excited about this word. I really appreciate it. I really love the lead in with the why. Right underneath where it says proposed Greenway connected trail, 0.2 miles, that yellow string. You go straight to the blue line down from there. I think that is the section of the lake that so accommodates naturally like self-powered craft, canoes, kayaks, things like that.
You're saying in this,
Yeah, right there somewhere. Yeah, kind of right below the O and between the O and the T of connected trail, if we go straight down.
okay,
Like, I think that area lends itself to just having, to be able to easily have a self-powered vessel on the water, no infrastructure, just a proper road.
that's a good point. So I kind of glossed over, which I shouldn't have, those proposed lake access. The reason I put those there is like those were old haul roads, I think, that before the lake was there. So you can see in the alternate location, there's a road that's very shallow. It basically went over. I thought, because you have access shallow with deep water close by, if we did do a dock or a floating, something,
Yeah,
wait, maybe that's the best location.
I
But
would,
why do you,
I
I
would
guess,
disagree that that's what that looked like to me, was something that would be a dock, some kind of floating situation or fixed pier. Which could be problematic for a canoe or kayak.
in that,
Get out of the dock and into the boat, whereas if you could just like pull it, pull it right through. Very little infrastructure, very light, maybe something to keep it dry or something to give a parameter, but nothing of a piling or a float or a dock. And you'll see, you know what it is, it's easy, it's just easy to put a canoe in there.
the other consideration when we were looking at lake access was if this is your parking lot, how far folks want to, park their kayak or anything. Or do we, in the future, allow vehicular traffic back there? There is a gate in the fence, but
There's another way in here. Oh, it's here. I don't even.
yeah,
Where when it was a gate 4 at the top of your map.
yeah, that's just a trail. There is no. Like, there would be parking access back there. Unless we develop that, but. Yeah,
It was a gate like right here.
Is there one from the National Forest?
Yeah, hold that up.
There's not one like in this corner up here somewhere, like I thought I saw it.
yeah,
No,
no,
Maybe I'm thinking of this.
on the
Anyway,
other side.
there's no trail. Let's y'all keep going, I'll have to go on.
yeah, but. So, yeah, I think we do need to consider, we'll take that as an action item, I think, is the dog. Access, right now, the sign says to be ashamed. One, because we're afraid of alligators and. Or, you have to realize that, if you're letting a small dog near the lake, there's that.
There's definitely been a lot of people out there with dog off, we've seen them walking, running, yeah. So it needs to be mentioned.
It's still well, still got the well.
Yes, yeah. the
Anyone
wells.
check the lake?
Sorry.
Anyone check the lake? That was the last crab festival issue. Those the pipes. It's exposed and broke.
Yes.
We'll check on
You're
that.
saying that?
And- But so you need to-
This time.
It was cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been, well, the time, assuming no one's looked at that. Saying that.
Yeah, those are some considerations we have as the main ongoing maintenance, right? Do we have to? All right, phase 2, I'll move along, we're at 10:30, keep going or?
Yeah, the previous education took like 8 of your time, and I hate to rob it from you, so.
Okay. Basically, we're expanding. Now the park is open, you know, we're seeing the type of, you know, maybe 30 cars in a parking area is not doing it, we need to, so we're gonna adjust, over these years. I'll just go to the map because I think that, you all can read the, priorities and everything. The phase two map, we're just kind of basically expanding the trail network, having lake access, putting a restroom first at entrance one. So we have to obviously think about septic and water and all the things that go along with that. We realize that. One thing that's been brought up through the community is the restoration of native plant species. Starting there is that, we'll call it the peninsula for now. I think that would be a good area to start, particularly to the east of the trees, I guess, northeast of the trees where I have that native plant restoration area that can help in there.
Yeah.
And I think as we can learn to, or work to partner with some organizations, they could do research for us possibly, as well as we give them access and ability. Those are things we need to work out, but that, we've been talking a lot about those, with maybe College of Charleston, Citadel's biology department, all of that, doing lake surveys, native plant studies. I think a lot of organizations, we could partner with to get expertise definitely beyond our board, to do some of these. I want to mention, because it comes in the next phase, is you can really just split this park in half, right? We're mostly concerned the lake side of it, but there's 150 acres, you know, to the northeast there, where that red loop trail is. That's a wild area of the park. It has a lot of planted trees, you know, but again, that long term, I'm thinking the lake side is more your access side. If we want to think about conservation and open space, those other 150 acres are a real opportunity there for that type. So, and that leads us into phase three, like our legacy and signature features. Signature features, I just mean like, what is Onondaga Park going to be known for, right? And that's, so long-term habitat restoration initiatives, expanded parking areas, expanded lake access, and trails. So we don't really think we move into this phase till we show we're, you know, able to operate the park fully, and we're ready to take next steps. And hopefully that's in 5-6 years when we start this phase. The thought would be some type of pavilion shelter area, maybe on that event side near the lake in that open area. Kind of labeling that as the event space as well as a restroom there at gate 2. The other reason is that those two restrooms would be connected by the berm trail, and also, so it's about a half mile between those two restrooms. I think that would be kind of appropriate. And then, like I talked about, the other area is the conservation area, habitat enhancement. Again, that doesn't mean you're not in that side of the park, but it's more nature trails, things like that, signage that's gonna educate you on native plant species, those stuff. We put the other parking area there in entrance 3, again, trying to access the park from the periphery and work in, and only open up entrance 2 for special events. That's kind of our conceptual plan. The last slide, I just wanted you to see that, you know, we've read the comprehensive plan. We talked about it in our meetings. I tried to look, hey, here's the guiding principles of that comprehensive plan and how our park definitely supports what you're all trying to do throughout the town. So I think we all realize on the park board, that's the responsibility we have, right? Is to support your initiatives for the town at large. Well, I think that's pretty cool, is that basically the park is a living model of what you're trying to do here throughout Longville. It's the showcase, it's the talking point. When someone talks about Onga, I want them to talk about the park. And relate that to the bigger efforts of your commitment to environmental stewardship. You know, growth that's thought through and basically sustainable, however you want to call that, and to maintain that peaceful kind of rule. So with that, Ashley, do you have anything? Very well.
Great job.
Yeah.
Really great job.
That Jefferson track, was that pine farm?
Yeah, I think
Alright.
there's plenty of pines.
When I go out there, it looks like this lolly pine, like farmhouse.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not first, it's a deliberate monoculture. There's a lot that can be done with the native plant vision.
Yeah,
With pollinators and hardwood trees and some kind of successional plan.
yeah.
They could really be a park of cultivars of other plants.
I think restoration of the natural environment is so important, and I'm so happy to see the emphasis on conservation, and restoration. I think that's the most important thing. Absolutely.
And the Nature Conservancy would be happy to help us with that. I'm sure you know what to do about the forest, but. One last thing, Chris, were you indicating at some point that we could walk from this facility to the park on trail?
You can, but I just did it 2 days ago. You come out over here at the white door, but I don't know what this development is. I can show you how to do that. I was happy to see that the Danica Terrace. Behind their development is, it's about a quarter mile long 4 blocks. And they did build steps from their retention pond to access. That we say it's the Greenway Trail. If you look at the map out at Door Road, the trailhead, it is the future Greenway Trail. That boardwalk was built at one point, I think 2-3 years ago. And it was complete, so I don't know if we're calling the Greenway Trail open at that point right now. I think Councilman Kraus, there's
some connection from the trailhead that comes out at the Sherwood Circle.
Yeah,
There's no way to get from that part of it to the Pamco Terrace.
there is.
Yes.
And
I just did,
without belaboring it,
but it's a forest road.
They'll have to show me where this is.
Yeah,
It's not marked and
No, definitely not much. You have to wind your way, but it's an open trail. Yeah.
But I received your correspondence, I'd love to get it through, I'm busy, but I'd love to meet you and go for a walk from there to here.
Yeah.
I'd love to know that.
Yeah, you can walk back through that development. You can get it.
Quality control.
But yeah, I think the reason I brought that up is very unique that we could connect the town hall, if you want to say this part here with the town park. And that boardwalk was built to continue the Greenway Trails.
Phenomenal job.
Really great.
I want to share something if you all indulge me. The Japanese recognize a concept of ikigai. And it's called, the Japanese don't ask, what do you do? They ask, why do you get up? Studies on purpose show meaning increases energy and discipline when your why is clear. Effort feels lighter. So you were right on target with your why, and I'm glad this is your why. You got it. You got it.
It might be good if you, when you talk about the ribbon cutting on Thursday, to ask all of council to submit names. I know you and I have had that conversation about dignitaries and former council members, former park board members to include, but just make sure and that way anyone in the audience could also contribute. Okay.
Councilman Kraus, it was names with the dignitaries for the ribbon cutting on Thursday. So like when the park board comes back during that action item for the request For the ribbon cutting date, it would also have a list of dignitaries that I can also to kind of funnel it through there. Did I send you the list that I had started? Awesome.
I know there's a Google sheet.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's started.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Good work.
Thank
Very
you.
good work.
Enjoy.
Yeah, hey, I'm gonna call it back and break, and I don't know if we could go like a few at a time to go for
Oh, that's okay, we'll pause the recording.
four.
So we're back live.
Order. Order. All right, gang, welcome back. We are always happy to see our NASC representative, Ms. Desiree, to contribute to our effort here, as we keep the sacred trust. Thank you for coming in, and, make you always make us better, so, what you got for us today?
All right, well, thank you for the invitation. Good morning. I enjoyed sitting through your first meeting. Very good stuff with the park. I'm excited to see that come to fruition. I'm sure you all are as well. Happy to be invited back. Catherine and I have been speaking about, what we offer as the municipal association. We're here to support, we're here to help lift and, and to help Albany become a thriving, rich community. So we were talking, and I know that you all are starting to work on your budget process. Maybe a little bit earlier than you have in the past, and I always say the earlier the better. And this is an exercise that will help you all identify the projects, the priorities, the initiatives that you want to focus on for the next, several years, right? Obviously, a lot of these projects take longer than a year. But we work in municipal government, we work with budgets, a 12-month budget. So this exercise is just meant to allow you all to discuss, identify what those projects are and prioritize. We all know that we live in a world where we all have limited resources, whether it's in our personal capacity or in our professional capacity. We know we don't have all the time in the world, we don't have all the money in the world, but there's a lot of things that we want to accomplish, right? You all were elected by your constituents because of the vision that you articulated for them. And you all finding consensus, identifying what those are, what that vision looks like in practical terms is very important. So I want this to be informal, feel free to chat. I think Catherine has shared with you all sort of an overview of how we structure these types of sessions. I'll make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak and explain and talk about their particular goals. They don't necessarily have to be lofty goals, right? Sometimes we get, maybe, we get focused on maybe like big picture items, and we don't really spend time to break it down to what is practical and actionable. So I'm gonna be asking and poking around, right? And challenging you to think about things that are actionable, are practical, are realistic, right? Are attainable. And ask questions of your colleagues, right? To make sure that you're understanding what they're bringing to the table. And then after we go through a couple of rounds of that exercise, we're going to do a very simple voting exercise to allow you all to prioritize. And we're going to, let's see where the consensus is of the groups, right? Because this is not a one-person show, this is a council initiative. And then that exercise will allow us to identify what are the things that the group recognizes, identifies as high priority items, right? Things that we think are urgent, are very important. This is really where our energy, our resources need to be focused on. Then we'll have another tier of sort of medium size priority and then low priority. We call it the must do, should do, could do. Does anybody have any questions?
I'll add two for like, when we get the general consensus, I'll put it in a resolution format for next week so that there will be the official.
Yes, and I usually take this back and I put it in an Excel spreadsheet format that we use that will allow you to track progress. Will allow you to also identify whether it's a committee, whether it's in a volunteer board, and you'll have several volunteer boards in addition to the planning commission, and If there are things that you feel like we need a little bit more research, we need a little bit more meat, we're gonna assign it to a group or a staff member, then you can do that in a way that allows you to keep track of it consistently, because these things, they're very useful if they are used, right? If we just do this exercise and we don't look at these goals, we don't look at these initiatives anymore, then how are we gonna know that we're making progress on what you all as a group identified you need to be focusing on? So it's very important that you keep it top of mind and you do constant check-ins throughout the year to make sure that you're working towards that goal. So, any questions so far? No? Wanna get started? All right, yes, ma'am.
I'll start.
There you go.
One of my focuses or one of my hopes is to continue the improvements at our facility of town hall and council chambers. We spent, well spent money, I believe, on these owls so that our meetings can be viewed by residents who can't necessarily come to every meeting. But I do want us to add sound panels for the council chambers, just because of the feedback I've gotten that sometimes the online meetings, no one can hear. Microphones for each of the council members, in addition to maybe a new podium with a microphone for public comments. We just spent well spent funds, I believe, on a new HVAC system and roof, and I think having energy efficient windows should also be something we consider. And then, while I have not seen the inside of the men's restroom, and I'll let one of you speak to that, I do feel, and from feedback I've heard, that maybe the bathrooms in town hall warrant an update, and I do believe at least the women's does. But I cannot speak to the men's, so maybe one of you gentlemen can do that.
I don't want to look at it like that.
So,
No.
so those are just some things I think would be beneficial if we were able to allocate funds.
Okay.
I'll add some that to that list, when I go up and inspect the work they're doing and putting on the ductwork in the attic up there, there's some like.
Oh, installation.
There's an,
That was the other thing.
I can like see through, I can see daylight through the soffit.
Yeah.
There's a big gaping hole in the wall and stuff insulation where we were.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, so.
And I don't, this is not necessarily like a huge priority, it's just something that me and some of my neighbors are thinking about for our homes, but because we've done. Because this is as an older building, I'm not even sure with the HVAC system if a dehumidifier would be helpful. Again, I don't know. If that's again helpful, but your HVAC folks might be able to speak to just making sure that our stuff doesn't rust and that's really. And also maybe a surge protector for town hall to protect all of the new electrical that we've installed.
Okay.
I'm getting one at my house today. Because I'm tired of replacing microwaves.
Are we grounded? Like, we're not gonna be starting our lighting.
I don't know. I just know that me, like my neighbors, we've just, and I bought electric because sometimes you're just getting like little mini surges from the power company and it's not enough to throw off, like you make your coffee maker start blinking the time, but the new equipment doesn't like it. Like whatever new equipment we have, and I know we've been getting new computers and we've been making some updates, and I would just hate for us to lose that investment on something that I was surprised is actually pretty economical for what you might have to pay in replacing computers and phone equipment.
So then here on this one, has the town decided this is going to be the building that we're gonna keep? And if we're gonna stay here, then how do we improve it, right? So the next step, I think, would be identifying some funds in the budget to maybe have a contractor come in and do an assessment of what are if the goal is to stay with this building, what are some of the improvements that it needs? And then they can help prioritize that in the event that you all you can't afford to do it all at once, what are the things, how do we phase it in 2 or 3 years? Prioritize that way, but certainly, I think a very important goal. We wanna have a good space for all of the work that.
Even if it's not, like, even if we, go a different route with town offices and town meeting space and all that sort of thing. I understand there's some discussion we had around that. This is still, I believe, a facility we want to keep. I think Timmons went to school.
He was just saying, he went to school here.
Yeah.
Maybe it was private.
Like Kellerville has a town museum, for example, that's adjacent to a really sweet playground, you know, like this, I think this, to me, is like the people's ground, you know, and I think we could, I would, if the heading is continue improvements to the town hall facilities, I think that playground and some kind of vision on what we can do with the basketball court and the structure, the picnic structure out there, and then that open green space as well. But there was some kind of members only, like Gavin and all to go to a pool back there. I think we could have we could teach swimming lessons or have some kind of program for the senior center where they come and exercise in the pool. I mean, I wouldn't want to have some kind of the swimming pool facility that was open to all comers, but I do think it would be an amenity for the people that live in the town.
Do you want me to add that as one of the projects that you'd like to put on the list?
I've got other, I mean, I do believe with Ms. Helms, I do agree that protecting our investment that's all around us right now, that the town hall facility is a urgent, if not the most important. But I've got some other things on my list.
On this one, even if you decide in a year or two from now that this space no longer meets your current needs because the town is growing, you're looking for additional facilities. Like you said, if the town wants to maintain this space, most of these improvements will only enhance it for whatever other ideas, right? That you want for your community.
Yeah.
All right, who wants to go next? All right,
So, when our auditors reported back to us, and it seems like this is a recurring thing because we're such a small town with an arguably skeleton crew.
lean crew.
Lean, yeah, I like that better. They've recommended that maybe we have a town accounting.
What's that noise?
Well, I put it on silent and it's still ringing, so I apologize.
And I know in business, you know, we've had an accounting team, but we also had an outside accountant.
So your initiative would be for the town to hire an accountant to do general.
We've talked about, you know, the checks and balances. And I've actually talked to an accounting firm, or a friend of mine who has an accounting firm, and he said, yeah, there are apps that you can, you know, fire a text off to of today's invoices for review. And then they, you know, through an app, they're communicating back to you. It kind of gives you a checks and balances, and it's not the same as the audit.
Sure, because you can't
Right.
use the same.
So I guess my question is, do you know of other towns that do that? I mean, it came to us from the auditing accounting people.
So I'm not, I wanted to confirm, are you saying an accounting firm or an accounting app?
Firm
Firm,
uses an
Okay.
app
sure.
to automate the process and simplify the process.
Yes, so this is very typical in smaller communities that maybe can't afford or maybe don't really have the need for full-time staff. That they have two accountants. They have the accountant that does monthly bookkeeping. You know, reconciles all your bank accounts, pays bills, prepares a financial report that you all review on a monthly basis. Does all the day-to-day, and then you have your accountant that does your audit, and they can't be the same.
Exactly.
But yes, that is typical, and I think certainly a great place to start if you're looking to expand your capabilities.
Yeah.
It's a good place to start.
And I guess it's just kind of feasibility, because it keeps coming up.
Mhm.
But like, there's a difference between a bookkeeper and an accountant.
I know, yeah,
Right.
this is a little bit more than the bookkeeping
Mhm.
function, this
Yeah.
is giving us the checks and balances.
Yeah, third
that
party
We keep being
keeper.
told we need.
Yeah, it's a third party. I love the idea. Who does the town's taxes now?
Taxes,
Like, there's gotta be a CPA that's signing off on our tax return, right?
No, so there's no, the city wouldn't prepare and submit taxes like a, regular business or whatnot. The town does have an auditor that does an audit, an annual audit. What's her name?
It's the Birmingham Group.
Birmingham.
That's who I.
Jessica.
Resource room, that's who.
Yes, but Jessica Berry.
And they they prepare your audits, they look at your financial statements and confirm that, everything. What you're representing is the
So
same.
we have bookkeeping happening. I love when you.
yeah, and this is just kind of an oversight.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there's a difference. I am gonna clarify this. So what Donna does is like, she's like our finance manager. She's cutting checks, she's helping with payroll. Sort of, but what you're asking about is called monthly reconciliation, which should be done by a third party. It can be a bookkeeper. You can't, there are lots of bookkeepers in town that do this for small businesses where they just come in once a month, look at your bank statement, make sure everything's, it's really easy to do in QuickBooks. You can do it in under an hour just to make sure your ending balance matches what your QuickBooks says. And then you just spot check for like large purchases, you just spot check and make sure, but I think what we're asking for is an agent who does monthly reconciliation, and that is actually pretty affordable. Because there's enough people who do that.
Do you currently have a report that shows you, how are you performing against your budget? Are we 30%?
A budget versus actual.
Correct, is that
Yeah.
part of the report that you all receive? Okay, so that, I think that I would include all that here, right, because you're looking at not just having somebody do the. Keeping the lights on, making payments, making sure payroll goes through, but you're looking at somebody, you're looking for somebody that can. Sort of give a little bit of an analytical look at how your finances are doing, compare your budget. Are we performing as we expected? Do we need to make any adjustments because we're not gonna end the year where we thought we were? It can help with projections, right? So when you're looking at the budget, are we projecting revenues, using sound assumptions? That kind of stuff. I feel that would be.
We've talked about, we started talking about this as, what are the deliverables, what are the measurables? I mean, in businesses I'm associated with, you have your KPIs, your key performance indicators. And a manager, I've seen managers that are on top of their KPIs hourly. How are we doing plan versus actual? From whatever you pick as your KPIs and businesses, what's our revenues, what's our margin?
But there are towns that do that.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
municipal government. I would not recommend going that route just yet. I mean, we're thinking about departments.
The only certified public accountant involved is somebody that comes in and does an audit once a year. We know we've been super targeted on that. And there's all kind of story behind that. And I am curious as to the day-to-day bookkeeping, the performance versus actual, the reconciliation of the monthly bank account and all that, like, who does that here? Are you doing that, Ms. Donovan? Are you doing that, Catherine? Or what, can I get some explanation on who's doing that day-to-day bookkeeping? Because otherwise, the reason you're asking the question is because we only have a professional big counter coming once a year to walk.
Yeah.
Right, but would it be within?
Well, yeah, you find out a year later that, oh man, we went off course here.
Yeah, it seemed responsible, but like, would it be within the right of a council person to say, may I please get a report, Ms. Donna, on actual versus budget?
Absolutely. I mean, we recommend that to be done at least on a monthly basis, where you receive a financial report with a general summary of how much came in, how much, was paid.
So it's within our ask as council members to say, may we please see a P&L statement year to date for for this period of time last year versus this period of time this year.
I think it's one of your biggest responsibilities as a county, right?
That's what I thought. But that information should be conveyable like that. If you're keeping up, it should take by the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you, depending on the software that you use, most of these softwares can spit out a report pretty quickly. If you're putting good data in, you know,
Yeah,
you.
because you keep up with it
can
over
spend. That's right.
There are some awesomely cool programs, even on
Yeah.
a personal basis. Where at any point in time, you can drill down on.
Yeah, I've asked my bookkeeper, can I have this report year to date
I
today?
think yours is-
I'm still reconciling the bank for the last half of last month. Let me finish that and I'll get it to you. But in the meantime, here it is up to current, here it is up to the current entries. And I just don't think I don't think that exists here. I don't think we could ask for that right now and get it.
Not that. I mean, what you're, we're not saying what we're doing is wrong. It's just, this is a different kind of, this is management accounting. Right? This is, key performance indicators, and you pick them. It's what people refer to as the dashboard. The idea of a dashboard is, when you look at the cockpit of an airplane, there are switches and there are dials and stuff. The pilot's not watching every one of those. He's watching a select few. And when he sees this one here going a little bit haywire, then he knows to go up here and look at these. But he first has to see, hey, we're going off course here,
Right.
we're burning too much fuel.
Again, I don't think we're gonna try to solve that now, but I think it.
We're vision cast.
I know, yes, and it's very important, and I can certainly help. I developed a dashboard for the city where I was before, and it was a one-page summary, obviously, it's fed by a lot of data from our financial software. I'm guessing there's information that we have, right? It's just a matter of sitting down, identifying what are those key indicators, right? Do we wanna see actual versus budget? Do we wanna see, identifying what it is, what are those things that you wanna see really quick that is going to give you an indication of how you're doing, and then building that. I can help with that. I'm sure we have the information is in the system, and once you create a report, it's just a matter of keeping up every month. And you're always going to be 30 days behind roughly. So that's just, kind of expected. You won't get, day-to-day reporting, but at least by at least 1 month at a time, where you're it depends on when you close the books.
And do we use QuickBooks now? Is that the
Yes.
system that we use?
QuickBooks Online.
And that's very typical.
Yeah, that's what.
You don't, sometimes folks wanna have very fancy programs, they're very expensive, sometimes it depends on the size of your budget, that can work very well. Yes,
I just need to skip back to number one for a second because I forgot something that was really important to me. We used to have a community resource room in town hall. I would like for us to consider making that a community resource room again, and maybe budgeting for some furniture, like tables, if someone needs to come in and fill out an application, or someone wanted to come in and have like a small group meeting that, obviously our staff would approve, but reopening our community resource room in town.
I would put that as a separate.
Okay, it's just within town hall. Yeah.
Within town hall, because I think you can either, while this is underway, you can, treat that as a separate project, so hold on to that,
Okay.
Ms. Mills. And then the next round, we'll put that under you. Okay, who's next? Who wants to go next? I'm gonna do random, and then next round, I'm gonna point.
So if I've got a list of like 6 things, you just want one?
Yes, just give me we're doing as many rounds as we need.
Okay, I would like to create a volunteer organization for our town, for community members or whoever, they can come from wherever. And develop that into an on-off pride sort of idea. Where we get some of this litter, some of this trash out of the ditches. And then keep it that way.
Palmetto Pride has great grants
Yeah, yeah.
that help fund even.
Yeah, I've worked with them a lot inside Francis Marion, and yeah, and I would love to, like, I don't wanna get too, I wanna go two different directions here. One is it'd be great to have a list of volunteers and to have them pre-qualified with their skills. So if we have people that are good at carpentry, they could help us with like carpentry stuff potentially, or if we have people that are good at, you know, other, community outreach or whatever the other skills are. But beyond that, I wouldn't mind, maybe this isn't for this list, but we're not the only town that borders Francis Marion. And if we had some idea, some network of other communities around the forest, I think we could work together to keep that. The forest community, so that's beyond this scope, probably developing.
Keep it as part of this general idea of having a volunteer organization. I just said, for example, litter management, but if there are other things that are identified by the town and you have in-house resources and in-house, I mean, residents and volunteers, then that could be identified as a stakeholder, right?
It seems like there are a lot of people in the community that would want to help with projects or would want to, even if they're not physically able because of time constraints or physical constraints, they would be willing to donate to a fund that's doing something, whether it's replacing all these exogenous plants that we have planted all over this campus, and replacing it with indigenous pollinators. You know, we wouldn't have to necessarily hire somebody and pay them $40,000 to do that. And it would be more beneficial to the community if we came together and did it together.
In my experience, when I've been involved in community-wide surveys, citizen engagement surveys, it is very, has been very high. The input that we have received from community members wanting to know, wanting to be engaged in a volunteer capacity. And I think where we sometimes, municipalities, organizations, where we, maybe fail, and I would say fail as in the bad thing, but what we sometimes fail or not really articulating is letting them know what those opportunities are.
Yeah.
Right? It's just saying, we're looking for volunteers, but.
I volunteered.
That's right.
And then never heard back.
Yeah,
Right, so that's my say on that.
wonderful. All right, sir, you wanna go next?
I'm more on the community coming together, outside activities, things like that. So what I would like to see was what I did when I first got on council was bring back the farmers market and the farmers and floral market, something like this, local vendors to come up with the like beekeeper who does honeys and just anything like that.
So support a farmer's market,
Was there one right out here?
Yeah.
Right, what's that about?
that would be great at the park.
That part, have that part.
People love the farmer's markets. Park people, gardens, gardens. They're making notes out there, farmer's market, adding that to your strategic plan.
Floral.
And floral, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I guess that really up and talking and doing the park. And also, we also did a 4K that's fair. So I like to bring back the 4K run walks from here to the park. And
So I'm gonna say farmer's market plus events that generate community engagement.
we did the farmers market, like the one in the spring, maybe we'll get like a fall fest, something like that.
Well, and here's an example, right? This is a priority that town council can decide. We're gonna task our municipal park board to study this issue and come back to us with some examples. And maybe actionable events, an actionable plan, the timeline of how we can. Back and how do we support it? That could be a really nice actionable next step that you do with items like this. All right, Councilmember Kraus, do you wanna go next?
No,
No, you're still thinking?
I'm still,
No, you're thinking that?
I'm not thinking that.
All right, well. you
I do a
got-
lot of talking anyways. That's some of these.
No,
other things.
I wanna hear from everyone, you know, we all have ideas on new services or services that we're offering that we don't think we need anymore, right? Service elimination projects, whether it's
No, I,
capital.
I'm still thinking.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Timmons.
Coming.
I would like to see us brought some kind of, like goodwill. Something, you know, for clothes, for people that need coats or sweaters or something other.
Okay.
Yeah, like there's little, libraries, like there's libraries in a box or thing.
Yeah.
There may be an organization we can partner with, you know, that isn't something the town would have to take on, but there could be an organization that could help support that, you know, and have a regular community time or access. And building on that, I think identifying community needs, like, is there a gap in healthcare? Is there a gap in, I mean, we know housing, but you know, what do people need that we can help, not necessarily do, but bring in partners to help support the community needs.
I think those two I see as one.
Yeah.
Right, identify community needs. Identify what partners we can work with to maybe ease some of the burden from the town and, you know, engage and enhance that need. Whether it's clothing or food or health or maybe, basic home repairs, right? And you have a volunteer organization that you identify that can help with that. Does that sound good?
Well, see, they got these boxes up here for churches and stuff, you know, you know, you can go into,
Mhm.
and they stay empty, you know, but.
Anyone have any follow-up questions about that?
Yeah, I'm a little familiar with one of those blessing boxes.
Yeah, that's the box I thought.
There's one up at the little church. And they approached the town about putting one here, and the town was concerned with liabilities and all that kind of stuff, so. Not that I say that being afraid of being sued, I don't believe that's not a reason to not do something. As long as you're not acting nefariously, but that's what was brought up to them. So I guess we should make sure that it all checks out. Kent would be good.
They've got a sign on their blessing
I
box that
don't
says,
call that at all.
you're kind of take this.
No, you weren't here, no. But you would be able to make sure we're all the i's are crossed and t's are
As
dotted.
long as we have insurance and a lawyer.
Yeah.
But I think proper signage says that, you know, the town just, yeah.
Liability waivers.
Right, yeah, that apparently was a stumbling block years ago when they did that.
Well, I think identifying those partners, right, it may be something
Yeah.
that you just enhance it, you know, work with a church who can do that, and then that liability will not necessarily fall on the town, if you will. All right. Councilmember Kraus, it's your turn before we go on second round. Oh, no, we still have,
Yeah, so
Councilmember Gasper.
I think my focus is, I agree with everything we put down so far. Administrative organization.
Okay, tell me about that.
Within the town, so making sure, and I know Catherine's already working on some of this, but like Chris said, understanding how, you know, having a clear understanding and documentation of administrative processes and job descriptions and how things flow through the system. I know we're working really hard to get some critical ordinances passed, but it's like things keep, and some of that's just the nature of the beast. But how can we streamline communication between like Catherine and council and have, you know, clear expectations for all of the staff, so we know you know, everybody knows what's expected and they can tell us what they need to be able to do that.
So you're talking more about having sort of an operational assessment of your
Perfect.
administrative
Thank you, yeah.
capacity, and I think
Two
that
words, you just summed up the whole, yeah. Thank you.
well, this, it'll
Yeah.
help you understand what you
Yeah.
have, and then
Yes.
the next step would be, are resources properly identified, aligned? Do we need more resources?
Yeah.
You know, where might be the gaps?
We had that, yeah, Grace. And there was a sheet, I believe there's a little checklist of things, we already had an assessment done. We paid MRB for it to do that, it's just implementing.
So
They
there
recommend-
are some action items already, okay.
Have you seen? On the assessment?
Yeah.
We request that, be mailed around.
Yeah.
Had it.
And
So do we already have it?
We had that done and it was presented to council in October of 24.
Okay,
Cause you joined January of 25, so it was right before she joined, cause it was
Okay.
when we were in between administrators.
so rather than develop, I'm gonna say review.
Yeah.
Spend some time
Implement.
reviewing it and implement.
yeah.
You and update it.
Yeah, we might need to update it, but we do have it was a pretty robust assessment.
What's
we
the,
did
what's the
give us.
vintage of it again? 24?
October 24.
How long are you supposed to let those things sit before you do something with? them? Like, is that like wine? Is it better now?
That is a conversation I'll be glad to take with you offline.
All right.
So just think about, but things happen, right? I mean, just think it's priorities come up and things happen.
And things.
You get a new administrator, and, you know, I mean,
I was just kidding.
yeah.
I will say, I will take a minute while we're waiting for Project to come up with something good, but is the work that was done by this council in the last couple of years to secure this building, to make the roof stop leaking, the floor not have holes in it, to get all that stuff up to the finish line, to get, you know, Catherine on boarded, things like this, operational assessment review, it's just these owls, all this stuff. You know, it's just like, good work, I don't think we say it enough. But it was, really well done, it really sets the stage for us to like have a really best year ever on us right now. So-
I always say that some of those things are not sexy things, right? You know, it's not a drainage plan, it's not a big capital improvement, but it's foundational, right? It's important, you need it.
Like, we don't even know about it, it's so not sexy, we don't even know about it.
All right, I'm gonna go get my water, Councilmember Crowe, let's go 20 seconds.
I'll be waiting for you.
Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I don't know where it really fits in. I mean, I've been through so many of these things, I wish I had $1 for each one.
How are we doing? Okay,
About the same.
about the same?
Yeah. But anyways, no, I like a lot of ideas. I like a lot of your ideas, Rodney. That's great stuff. Truly it is. My stuff is more foundation. I mean, it's not a lofty pie in the sky 5 years down the road. It's getting stuff done. It's
Today.
has to be
Yeah.
done today. The areas that we need to focus on the most are to get a housing program in place, adopt by ordinance like the law says we're supposed to do. And get a better handle on that. Also the water system department, whatever, it is totally nasty. And that needs to be straightened out.
So let me unpack the housing program. Has that been developed? Is that something that the planning commission is working on? So we need to, before adopting, right?
Well, it was something the town instituted many, many years ago.
Okay,
And has had various iterations from what I understand. But as you probably well know, under our form of government, the council form of government, the state mandates that any agency, department, or office of a council form of government jurisdiction has to be established by ordinance.
that's right.
There is no ordinance for that, but yet we have this fairly robust program. But it has no foundational basis, no real basis of authority. like it's supposed to. And we need to do that.
Okay,
We need to adopt an ordinance that establishes this under whatever the parameters are and what it's gonna do and how it's gonna do.
mm-hmm,
And what that looks like, we'll have to decide,
mm-hmm,
or even if we want to have, tell you the truth, because it's not a requirement.
yeah,
So that needs to be addressed.
mm-hmm. Okay. So it's not the actual program that needs to be developed, it's just making sure that the program is running in accordance with
No,
statute by.
it's
by the-
everything, it's
Okay.
soup to nuts, because we don't even know what it is
Okay,
right now.
is this something that you think there's an advisory group that already exists, that maybe you can take the first stab at that?
So I talked to our town administrator about it, we're probably gonna do it through council committee
Okay,
meetings. But that's just something that, I mean, as long as we're putting things on flip chart, I mean, that's one of the things that should be up there, in my opinion.
So what you're asking is. So. Whether right or wrong, we got from there to here, we're here now. So how do we figure out what is the best next step towards improvement?
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Is it developing an ordinance that reflects how the program is currently operating, or you're looking at a full gut?
For what?
Like you're just gutting the entire thing, you're looking at the program and how it operates.
We're not quite sure what it even is.
Yeah, so the history is like Miss Donna and then Mayor Green, like had the housing department kind of between the two of them, as I understand the history. And council, nobody I've talked to in council had really much of a clue of anything that was going on.
Okay,
Like when I requested a council report at one of the early meetings, they were like, nice, we finally got a housing report. We finally got a housing report, but nobody understands what's happening in the housing department. There's a lot of sort of, there've been some recent mistakes. There's a lot to it. So I would, if I had to go between, let's just document what's happening and move forward versus a full gut. This is like time for a full gut. It's time for an assessment. I mean, I talked to the people at the COG
mm-hmm,
and they'll do a poverty index for us for free.
mm-hmm,
Give us some idea of what the poverty percentage and where it is in our town.
mm-hmm.
But right now, I believe we have a housing project. Because it lacks an ordinance, but what I would like to see is a housing. That's backed by ordinance and is completely visible to everybody that wants to take part in it, which is everybody.
Well, and then you have delineated goals and metrics and expectations.
Yeah, and I think it
Everyone
becomes
knows what the
more and more
purpose
robust. Yeah, the people that are trying to give us money.
I've never been an advocate of, all right, let's stop. And reorganizations don't work. You need to keep doing what you're doing because people are being helped. Right? Right? I mean, you've got, in the next 6 months, people will be helped. Is that correct? Yeah, I mean, people are gonna get roofs and floors and plumbing. So keep doing what you're doing. We just need to understand that. So two things, I mean, we don't wanna get in trouble. And we'd like to see if we can improve it. I know for a fact that, and I've shared this, completely separate of this. There are a couple of gentlemen that are raring to go as soon as they become aware of somebody in need in our little town here, they're ready to address those needs. So that has to happen too and continue to happen. And there's, it's goofy. I gotta find Charleston, I keep thinking, yeah, here we go. There is an organization who guy contacted me, wants to have lunch with me. They call themselves Charleston United. And he's saying, hey, I want you to get involved with Charleston United. I'm thinking, I know nothing about soccer. What are you talking about? But no, this is a group of people countywide that are not part of a town. They're not church specific, but they are helping people. And we need to encourage that, but what Donna does is separate from that, it's through all the municipal avenues.
Yeah, I don't mean to say that good work isn't being done or hasn't been done, or the good work that is being done needs to stop.
Sure.
I'm just saying because of all the
Yeah.
good work that has been done, and because of the legacy of taking care of
Mhm.
the housing program over the years, that it deserves the attention to bring it into the
Yeah.
next plateau, the next level, and just become much more robust with partners like you talking about, Habitat for Humanity. Because I have a page in my notebook, there's a list of
Mhm.
all the different partners that are available with the housing and urban development federal funds that Donna administrates now.
Yeah, I think and to Councilmember Kraus's, point, you wanna make sure that it's operating under statutorily
Yeah.
sound principles, right? Because at the end of the day, something bad happens, I'm not saying it can or will, but you wanna make sure that you have that in place. The Community Development Advisory Group from the Charleston County, they get CDBG funding, are we tapping into that? I mean, those are all the questions that I think an assessment and an understanding of what it does and where it's going will yield, absolutely.
Cool.
And for longevity, so it can continue long after, to do good work after
Sure.
all of us, it's organized in it. Can I have one more thing?
Yes, ma'am. We're starting round 2 and you're the first one.
Okay.
Finish mine yet.
Oh, no,
sorry.
okay. Let's Councilmember Kraus finish his thought and then we'll go back here.
Now it's time to ask for the goal, now it's time to get the
Go
goal.
for it.
The other one is the water system.
Okay, so hold that thought, that'll be your second round entry.
Oh, okay. We only get one per round?
Yes, sir.
What? Dang, how'd you get two?
We just have five.
You've never watched a political debate?
All right, Ms. Gaspar.
Try not to.
So I think the biggest lift that's facing us in this coming year is working on developing the zoning that will implement our comprehensive plan.
Okay,
And I think we need to identify additional, Ken alluded to this, I think in our last meeting. Identify additional expertise and resources that can help guide us in that process.
so you're doing so you got your comp plan and then your
We
zoning.
got the comp, I believe we have the comp plan, am I correct?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
now
And we need the zoning that will implement that.
Okay. So identify experts that can help
Support our
support that
work
zoning ordinance review.
in developing the zoning ordinances for the new comp plan.
Throw up land development regulations in there too.
I'm sorry?
Land development regulations too.
Yeah.
Not just some.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put zoning and land use regulations.
Thing that-
All right, any questions on that? I hope my writing makes sense to you all. Yes. I think I have good penmanship, but
That looks pretty good.
if not, don't feel free to. Yes, feel free to say, Desiree, that makes some sense.
We said it, but.
I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, sorry.
All right, I'm gonna give you the next.
Wait,
The next-
he's had a turn.
I know, we've gotta keep them engaged.
Oh, no, I know where it's going. Hey, you stole one of them. That's okay.
Can I go?
Water,
Almost.
Water.
alright.
I'm gonna steal his other one.
Oh.
Water. We have a water system,
So water infrastructure,
the water, right.
Not infrastructure improvement even but like. An audit of what the hell's going on.
That's what I have here.
I can't, all I've heard is
That's what I have.
Nobody's getting charged or everybody's getting
Yeah.
charged double
What,
or.
what,
Is it a separate commission that manages the
No, so
water?
we currently have, it was established in 2009, the water department, so we have two different wells. So it's looking at a complete overhaul of the utility billing system to get that updated, and then also to be able to communicate to the public of where our
Yeah.
water lines are, doing that
Okay.
kind of inventory and staffing needs that are needed for the water.
we we've talked to the state, what's the state organization, the state Rural Water Association. They told us they'd be happy to do a rate study, and then their rate study guy got reassigned.
No, but some of that was we need to get caught up on our audit.
Well, that's true,
But we will be as of March.
but in my mind,
I don't think so.
in my mind, I can tell you, whenever we get this rate study done, I can predict the future. It's gonna tell us we need to increase our rates by as much as 40%. Now, do you stage that? That's what it's gonna tell us. And I think without an extensive study done, if somebody just looks at the numbers, they're gonna figure that out. So, yeah, we need a kind of a business model audit. Right, we need some sort of a software kick, because every month I get my water bill and I divide the amount charged by the number of gallons used, and that number changes. That would be one of my KPIs. What do we charge? I thought we were charging 3/4 cent per gallon, which I'm told is pretty cheap. But now it seems like I'm getting charged more. So I don't understand that. I don't understand that very significant KPI in the operation of the water department. So we just need a business model audit. But again, we certainly can't stop pumping water until we figure this out. This is a going continuous improvement kind of thing.
Sure.
We need to keep forward progress going and tie off loose ends and tighten it, tune the sail, so to speak, as we go.
And this water department is fully under the purview of the town of Wallingford. Okay.
We have a independent contractor named Ron that comes in, and then we've got HM Northcutt that keeps us like super, water's a big municipal deal. It has to do with public health. So we have HM Northcutt that comes every day and looks and goes behind the fence and goes to the station, but I mean, I'm into the idea of, like, imagine if Paul Brown is a council member and he can't quite figure out what's going on with his water bill. And he's doing the math every month. I mean, the software, I heard the software has been demonstrated to me, the software is dysfunctional. I don't know, of course, we have to keep doing it because it's a matter of public health, and thank God we've got HM Northcutt looking after us. But the water, it's like WTF water situation. I just can't make heads or tails. I don't know what.
As you continue to grow, it's going to probably be harder. So.
Yeah, it's time to figure out how to properly with some professional acuity. Get on top of our water system, because we're about to have the population of our town double. And we can't figure out how to do it now. They're putting in taps and not putting it on the map. Right? Like nobody knows where anything, there's a leak around here somewhere, you see the water,
Yeah.
but that's the truth, and I don't know how it got here. Or what.
Right, that's the point, is, I have some understanding of the history. We embarked on this project, we had money, we've got some long-term debt. And then stuff happened and we weren't able to get everything ramped up that we were hoping to get ramped up. So we spent all our money, we have part of the plan implemented. Okay, that's where we are right now. What's our best next incremental step to go from there?
There's a few things that will get people calling council members and the mayor and town hall. When the garbage is not picked up, when there's Well, but you know, services, right, are the things that
Police, fire,
water,
and sanitation.
that's right, so definitely should be top priority.
We've got a facility up the road from here that's a magnificent building. That's basically empty. Looks like they'll use it to store a little bit of stuff, like on Christmas decorations. And it's adjacent to a fully functional reservoir and deep well. That's been so abandoned, we're gonna have some.
Do you mean number
A little
two?
bit of money just to clean it to be able to use it. You know, it's just like the water system.
Well,
needs some-
it's worse than that. The town does not even have any specifications, construction specifications or engineering guidelines or anything like that. It's non-existent. No water authority that I know of
I
doesn't have one.
reserve the right to disagree with you agreeably. I
Oh.
think Ron works hard. I think-
Nobody is saying nobody's not working hard, Paul. What I'm saying is the
But I-
town does not have any adopted standards in that regard. And that is an absolute travesty. I mean, I'm gobsmacked that we have had engineers and consultants and nobody has said, oh, by the way, the town doesn't even have any engineering standards for anybody to tie into our water system. No water authority does not have a manual of standards of what you have to do to
I'll
tie
say,
into the
I'll say
water
that I've
system.
seen some things in this day,
I'm
but
sure
it is
you-
not typical.
Yeah, so that needs to happen, I mean, like. A decade ago, but and luckily from what Waterman Ron has told us. These subdivisions are volunteering to loop their stuff into the system, but there's no requirement to do that. And in fact, like another authority who's on a town board who does this stuff for a living said. This stuff would not be approved by Mount Pleasant Water Works or Charleston Water System. So we're at a severe disadvantage right off the bat. That needs to happen yesterday.
Yeah, I think at some point we're gonna assess what the
Yes.
priorities are here.
Right, and who's gonna drive the bus?
That's right. Right, good stuff, good stuff. Who wants to go next? Ma'am?
I'll go back to my, the community resource room, but I want to back up one step. I either would like for us to assess the security of town hall. I feel town hall should feel welcoming and I personally hate coming up to a locked door. We have talked in the past about building a wall, some kind of partition at the lobby so that our staff feels protected and secure. But I just feel like that's the community's, I feel like this is the community's building. But I do think we should, if we're able to open up that, what used to be the Community Resource Center, reopen that, make it feel welcoming with tables and chairs where people can come and work. I've already talked to Catherine, she's taken like minutes and agendas and put them in binders on the shelves that are already there. Would love to we've got a big wall there. I would love for us to get a complete zoning map of all, and just where it can be at where people have questions about this all the time. And I'm like, it would be so amazing if we could just send them to the Community Resource Center where they could get all this public information. Of course, you should have it on the website, but just to make that space feel like I, as a citizen, can come in and get the information I have questions about. And I know we can do FOIAs and all of that, but that takes time away from what our staff should be doing. If a citizen is able to answer it by themselves.
And I always recommend with FOIA, the more information you put out there, the less FOIA requests that you have. So it takes work, right? You are constantly feeding information to people, the less they feel like that.
But also because of that information, I would love for us to start again having the community newsletter, and obviously we could put that with all of our water bills. Because we have those addresses. I know not every citizen is on our water system. So maybe if they don't get a water bill, where, I mean, I get it all the time, but I'm like, internet bill or my power bill, sometimes they'll put in like a newsletter.
Mhm.
You know, utilizing our social media channels to still keep communicating to the community of what we're doing, what improvements, the small wins, the big wins, the visions, you know, all of that.
Do you want me to include here, assessing town hall, how do we make the building more accessible?
Just
I
more
think it
people,
all ties into the community resource room,
just more citizen oriented, I guess.
okay?
And that might be a couple of different things, but
Sure.
Like the people's house.
yeah, this is the citizens of Allendale, this is their resource.
It is the security visit. Oddly,
Oddly odd.
yeah, like the idea that all the doors are locked, and they're so locked that nobody, there's the key situation, I was talking to Catherine about it earlier. Like, the keys are precious, you know, and
Well, the keys are secured because we did have some breaches earlier this year, so limiting access to certain areas. Like where we keep the money and where we keep personnel
let's put some
files.
cameras up and invite some reachers. You know, they're like.
I think it's about that.
As far as the bridges, I mean, we had the one thing that was alleged with the cleaning company, but the other one was somebody just didn't set the alarm. That was somebody who had access to the building. That wasn't a breach.
But like breaches, like you can't live in fear because of that, like there aren't that many breachers. And if you can identify the breachers, then the breaches stop.
Well,
Right?
yeah,
We have
right.
camera, we have camera.
But we did talk about building a partition at one point. I'm not sure. I think that fell to the wayside when we started talking about the bigger things like the roof. But framing and adding a door is not as expensive or as difficult as needed. If staff needs that to feel secure, I'm not against it. I just feel like this is not a welcome.
It isn't, it isn't.
Well, you can
It's not
have
a welcome place for the lady.
Well, and you can reorganize your office space where you have at least a landing place
Yes.
for people to walk in and then wait.
There is an
until
office with a
staff
Dutch
comes
door.
in.
Yeah, the first office has a Dutch door where we could set an administrative assistant in there who could be the greeter and please wait right here. I'll get Dan for you. Dan comes, walks his person to his office, walks his person back. Maybe that's a policy we have to write up. I mean, sure. I've done that in offices where I'm escorted to that person's office and I'm escorted back out. I mean, that's.
Yeah, there are town halls that will take a picture of everybody who comes in and were you kind of coming to see, how long were you here, so that, there may not be, there may be people a little too much for town, I think to your point, there are ways that you can balance staff security, making sure that they're safe, you're protected, because there are crazy things happening in the world, but at the same time, have an inviting place, welcoming place where people can.
And Charleston County has, I feel, been a good partner when we engaged them. I feel certain they would come and do a drive-by here and just check in with the facility. They probably appreciate a bathroom break, like.
Police. Police, sheriff's office.
Yeah, Charleston County,
Sheriff's office.
yeah.
Okay.
Has there been any discussion about them continuing to have a substation, like they used to?
I'm not sure.
Sheriff used to have a substation here, that building.
Yeah,
It's
they
been a
did.
while, but has there been any discussion about that? I thought there was at some point some discussion about them. Reenact.
I haven't been part of that discussion.
Okay.
Speaking of things that used to be there on the morning, let's do the quarterly town newsletter review.
That's what I said, yeah.
Okay.
That's How's that delivered? Is that an online? thing? Is that a big-
Well, I mean, it could be online, but we should get it in the mail.
Well, that's what I was saying, include it in the water bills, and for those who don't get water bills, we can put it on our social media channels and on our website that here's the update for the newsletter.
There are very cheap softwares out there where folks can put their email address and accept emails from the town and we can be distributed via electronic form.
I still think direct mail
Me
is the
too.
best thing because there are a lot of people that don't. And if it's been done so inconsistently that maybe after we've done it consistently and people are used to it, then
Yeah,
there's a link, do you want to receive this electronically and we can start tearing down.
well, and things like that, you have different audiences, right? You have the folks that are not on social media that like to read on paper. I think I'm from that generation because I hate social media, do not use it and like reading on paper. But you can offer multiple ways for people to get
Yeah.
engaged. Cause there are people that are not gonna get that on the mail and they're not even gonna look at it. So it's tapping into your different
Yeah.
audiences.
Yeah, having multiple
That's right.
platforms, but I think starting with a mail-in
Sure.
again, just to make people aware and that they can get it in different formats.
Absolutely.
We do have a notification software that we could just add on another thing that says community newsletter.
I like getting it in the mailbox.
But I meant like if people want it electronically, that would
Yeah,
be the,
they can
we
share
don't have to
to-
purchase a brand new software and have.
Oh, great.
And if it's stuff coming from the town, I think most people will put that.
We'll do it good, great. People who are used to it, then.
Yeah, I think both, and why not, like what I asked, and
I like
I asked
the
her if she wants chocolate and vanilla, she said yes.
Yeah, some people like that. I just
Yeah.
look for inclusiveness at the beginning.
Absolutely. All right, second round. Councilmember Brown, wanna go?
I did go.
You did?
I said the water.
Oh,
Yeah.
Councilmember. Yeah. You wanna go? Yes, we can.
I'd love to, I would love to affect the campus around this town hall. And that park needs updating, where people use that park. The landscaping needs to be addressed. The basketball courts are suffering from deferred maintenance. Our pole barn picnic sheds. Looks like it's still standing.
Do you think that would fall under this one, continue improvements to town hall?
That
Facilities?
sounds like, that sounded to me more like,
The building,
grounds, facilities, I'm talking about. the
grounds, okay?
And I think I do though think that it fits under the same like, culture and philosophy.
Sure.
Like the people's house and the welcoming bit and that, and I mean, I heard the other day, the group I was meeting with, that they love a pool. And like, there's that open space back there. That we can have like a town pool line, it's not anything we're inviting y'all to like Hollandall, we can talk about like, I know.
Greenfield, Mayor. That's our subject, Greenfield.
It's right behind, talking back on the wood line.
Charleston County Parks and Recs, I think does have plans to do a pool in this area.
But if they do that, is that inviting like everybody in the town? You know?
Well, I don't think I think,
Maybe not a
Probably
pool,
the-
definitely not a pool anytime soon, but park,
I don't think
shed,
this would
basketball court, landscape.
be the place for it, but there is,
Yeah.
that's one thing. That could, that may be to look into and see what the status of that is.
Or
if
how
they were
about
looking
them
for
opening
sites.
their county facility, like if we could get the county to open their park down Door Road. then The whole community would have another water access point,
Mhm.
and that's huge. That would be, yeah, I don't want to. Right now, I'll bring that up later, but maybe not. Nobody said, that's a good idea, Chris. Got a pool, not my wife, anything in the room.
We have a ton of information about pools we looked into and I.
Let's get 2027. Very
They're expensive.
very exciting, yeah, not just to build, but to keep.
Yeah, yeah.
So Grace had a good one now about the county. The county park on Door Road. Right?
No, she's talking Charleston County Parks and.
No, Charleston Parks and Recs
Right.
has a plan to do a public pool in this part of the county, and I don't know if they decided on a site yet.
They have
They
they
were-
have a whole,
No, this is totally different. They're looking for,
why not?
this is,
Why don't they
because
build
that's passive recreation.
okay.
And we want that to be like the Jefferson Track Park and the water access. This would be like, I don't know, almost envisioning something like the MLK pool downtown. It has a small footprint, but it's great. But they've been looking, they were talking to the Forest Service about some potential land, swapping some land for some Forest Service land right on 17 at the southern end. but they're looking for a specific, they were, and I don't know what the status of that project is, but I think that would be in the right place, great for the community. Kids learn to swim, seniors can have access to it.
Yeah, I'm trying, you know.
So then maybe there's a phone call, right,
Yeah.
that needs to happen to
Yeah,
Charles
that's not
County to get it.
An
So
action.
the knocking. I know Councilmember Helms will need to leave soon, so I wanna make sure that we go
Okay.
through.
I got 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, Councilmember Timmons, would you like to go next? Is there anything that you have in mind that you would like to put on the?
I've got, yeah. The water system, water plant back here and everything, I like to see better security on it.
Okay,
We got a fence around there. And, I was talking to Waterman Ron not too long ago. He said, what, got a camera or something back there? I was on camera. He said, someone, this day and time, somebody could get in there and put something out in the water system and our population gonna drop dramatically.
Okay, come on.
Yeah, the buildings back there too, are falling apart, like they're like.
You know,
all those
it's
buildings-
not. With barbed wire or nothing around. You ought to have an alarm or something on those, if somebody gets in it, you know.
That, yeah, like that same one, there are buildings back there that are just falling apart, they're rotting into the ground, like completely deferred maintenance. It looks like, if you go look at it, open the door, it looks like someone just threw a bunch of stuff in there, and it's been there for years. Like that whole back side of the building has like broken water department stuff, and I think the sign from the first Blueprint Festival is back there. Like leaning against the building, and it's just a mess, it's just like.
maybe that could go into your community resource room. That's the core.
Yeah,
Historical, yeah.
But yeah, that whole thing, like John's saying, like that situation back there around the water, the buildings are just falling down. One of them houses our shallow water well. And it needs to.
That one, I feel almost certain that we voted to appropriate money to fix it. Do you recall that? Paul and Wendy, we did that. We appropriated money in the budget to rebuild that building that houses. the shallow-
was to put a new door. The
No,
door.
Any point of the door.
It was.
Oh, I know that.
It was, it was to
That's what was
redo the whole
appropriate.
building.
Was it 10 sheets that you want to live?
I remember.
it was a repair. It was a repair. It wasn't a rebuild.
I thought it was a rebuild. Anyways, well, let's get a price on it, because.
I'm measuring it and everything, it's gonna take 10 sheets. You want to live through.
You're talking about the one, that houses the small well.
Yes,
But then there's also a storage building back there, and that's what you're talking
Yeah.
about, right?
Yeah, the storage building doesn't look like it's, rotting into the ground like a small well, but the storage building just has. A bunch
It
of.
just needs to be cleaned up.
Okay. Yeah, but here.
But we should, I could have sworn that we appropriated money to rebuild that building where the smaller well. But if we haven't, we should.
Something came up and there's a reason why it never got done, right? I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of
Like, we had to
transition
buy a new
going on.
generator.
There was a lot of councils and town and
Somebody's got it drawn.
New pumps on the.
All right. When I go next?
I'm thinking, maybe I need some new friends, we don't ever talk about rate studies, I'm not. Maybe anybody's find some friends who talk about rate studies, but anyway, like I said, I'm more, going to the, what's that entertainment, but going to.
Community.
Community engagement? Yeah.
So, like I said, farmers market also do like a 5K, walk.
This one, just
Yeah.
events that enhance community engagement.
Desiree, would you write that 5K?
5K,
Yeah, cause I'm,
There, that kind of stuff.
5K, race, okay.
Maybe someone in child needs to push up this.
All right, who wants to go next? Yes, you can.
We sort of danced around this, but I would like to bring as many services in-house as possible, like things we're delegating out to the county. I know that the presentation we had earlier kind of talked about that a little bit. And I know Catherine has presented rationale for us to do that with some of the permits, but I would just like to see as much of that in-house as we're able to allow, and if we have to ramp up staff to do that, I mean, it only makes our town better, I think.
Okay,
Now, the Charleston County's not doing a great job, but
sure,
well,
this idea that.
yeah.
Better service.
Yeah.
Good for.
Can I comment on that? I think that I think there are probably some things that might, and I don't know yet, haven't learned everything that we're relying on the county for, but I think that with limited resources, we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. Like if bringing in a consultant, the biggest thing we need is code enforcement, but if they can do some things to also help support Dan and make his life easier, then that makes sense. But I think we need to be really mindful about what services are available from the county and the COG that make sense to stay there, so we're not, reinventing the wheel. We can put our limited resources where they, need to be the most.
Well, I
That
think
makes sense.
That's why I said we need
This
to
is
ramp
how
up
I'm fine. I
staff.
think you need to start with what services do we currently provide in-house, what services do we currently contract out with another governmental agency or private firms, cost, and then you compare and contrast, and then you identify what are our priorities. Because it might be that it is going to be more expensive to the town, and the town is willing to pay for a little bit more if it provides better service. So it's sort of a very detailed assessment.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Takia also brought this recommendation, but we were gonna have to upgrade our software with SC Gov. Wasn't there some? That's what I'm saying, like, some of these recommendations have come from staff too, that they can do it as the human, they just don't have the tools.
Yeah,
And
so
so it was,
I thought she did that.
but I'm saying like that,
Automate
but that was one of those recommendations where she was like, I can do this in-house, y'all have to approve upgrading software, so that's what I'm saying, like. A lot of this is just software.
Could be, yeah.
And if it's something the county does, she doesn't have to do it, that frees up time for her to do something else.
Yes, sir.
Well, if it's that, there's a whole array of different things and complexities. Once upon a time, the county did everything. There was a mayor and a clerk, and there was a board of zoning appeals and a planning commission. And I believe housing came on next, but it was very limited. And gradually the town shed itself of all of that, and a lot of that is why we are in some of the situations we are now, because we just weren't served well by the other means. And part of it too is software update, whatever. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole, but we're starting to see suburban style development going on in this town. I mean, paved streets, curb and gutter, sidewalks, things like that. Who's gonna own that stuff? Who's gonna maintain it? That still has not been made clear. And who's inspecting this stuff? Nobody, near as I can tell. Where once upon a time, the county would have done that service, right? But we told them, see you later. And near as I can tell, nobody's doing it. Dan's not doing it. I don't know whether Mickey Seabrook is or not, and I'm still not even sure how that whole arrangement works. We have some consulting engineer, but I don't know how that came to be or how it continues to be. So those are things that need to be looked at very carefully, because we're not being served well by a lot of the stuff that we have taken upon ourselves. So we need to be very, very careful about all that stuff. Now, some of the most recent choices that we made have been very good ones, in my opinion, and we're on the right track. But we were off, the train was off the track for so many years, and so many bad things happened that it just, and a lot of it is water under the bridge. You can't go back and fix it. But we need to make sure it doesn't keep happening.
Or
So-
that there may be things that the town thinks, well, somebody's looking at it, not us, but somebody is, but maybe that's not the case, and
Yeah.
nobody is.
So
Yeah.
I think maybe there needs to be, I don't know what the proper term is, an analysis.
Yeah, an assessment. That's what I was saying, and that's what, it's not. It doesn't read it right, I'm like, as much as we can,
Okay.
I'm not saying I never said bring all services in-house, I said. Whatever we're capable of bringing in-house so that we have more control over it, we get more revenue is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah,
And of course, an
we get
assessment, an
competent
assessment
people
would tell us
service,
that.
Which
So
we're headed on that right track.
so assess current services and identify which ones could be brought in-house. Do we need any more? Is the current structure working? It's not. So I'll explain this. I know the way that I wrote it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I think the discussion helped inform that. Anything else on that one? I think that's a very important one.
Can I
Yes.
go again? I'd like to see the town, bring the water department, everything under one roof. You know, and do away with, Seabrook, what is the name?
HM Northcutt.
Northcutt. I have somebody, that knows what they're doing. That can install meters and everything, take care of our water system.
So is that currently contracted out?
It's currently contracted. We're actively looking to hire a utilities manager.
Oh, you did send me that job posting.
Oh, did you get that?
Yes, it did. So we have to re-advertise for that position.
Mhm.
So we are actively moving towards having that be.
So your guy didn't pay him out?
I sent an email to her. It did not,
I think it would save the town money, a lot of money.
HM Northcutt would love that.
So tell me a little bit, just so that I can write it down, reflecting what you, because there's a lot of nuance that I don't know of
We
the
just need to
town.
hire a municipal water.
A utility manager.
So is that what you want, like hire a utility manager?
Rock star, not just a manager, we want a rock
A
star.
rock star? Okay.
Yeah.
But it'll also be like kind of, you have the utilities manager, but you also still need to have somebody in the field too, to be able to be currently contract out, Sylvester Robinson who's been doing a great job of doing that, but eventually that would be another thing too, if you have somebody in the office and then also out in the field, a
Okay.
full utilities department. A water department.
A whole department.
But that also brings back to what Councilman Cross was talking about earlier with item number 7 is also reviewing. A deep dive into our water department for all those different policies and stuff.
You could persuade someone to not bless, leave it on bless.
Well, I think we tried.
Okay, next, 16,
Lunch.
lunch. Do y'all wanna break for lunch, or do we wanna continue to finish at least the list? I do wanna try to ensure that on the voting piece, everyone can participate.
Let's make sure everybody's list is clear, I would say.
Mhm.
Here's one, Desiree.
Yes.
Like I've been like putting myself through school on this municipal government, trying to learn what. The safety trust means and. Learn what how to not.
Learn the ropes.
Try not to be a skulldugger, but what I have learned is all of the relationships that are out there that are available to the family. Like the COG, we got orientation the other day. And I was like, no kidding, for free? And they're like, yeah, for free. And that's an important relationship for our town.
Mhm.
And I had this big conference called with SCDOT to talk about roads and ditches, which is another point on the list, but they have representatives that are happy to hear from us, want to hear from us. Working with Nancy Mace's office, and they want to hear from us, they want to advocate, and apparently when these organizations hear that a municipality needs some attention from a elected federal official, they're just like, they will fill up your inbox. I did not know that, but once the RIA, the Rural Infrastructure Authority, for example, and the Loella from HUD, what their organization is called, And then all of these grant opportunities through SCPRT, or not SCPRT, but PR Parks and Rec Department. And there are more and more, and I could name a few more, but even if I named a few more that I've got in my notebook, I wouldn't be really touching all of the opportunities. And what I'm wondering is what's our, I'd love to have a relationship. A relationship maintenance plan.
Mhm,
The town of Mount Pleasant would count,
mhm.
our local, neighboring municipalities, the, Turkey Falls, and 10 Mile and, all that, but a relationship, tree or something.
Mhm.
To figure out who they are and what they can do for us, so that we don't miss deadlines on opportunities like hundreds of thousands of dollars they're helping our citizens pay the ruined roads that go to Alvis, for example.
Mhm.
And then figure out a strategy to communicate with them on a regular basis, a relationship maintenance strategy. And so what I call this is like, we're not in the town, we're in the town business, but we're really in the relationship business. And I would love to have something where we could have a relationship report. How did we do? Like we talk to them at least quarterly or something. That's just what I'm finding. I don't know how to say that, or is that you've seen this before? Does somebody have a plan like this somewhere else?
Haven't seen it, I think it happens organically, right? I don't see a downside in
Like
articulating.
your organization too.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, and I can, this is something that I can certainly help with, is and identify what are the key stakeholders, and you gotta make sure that you're connected to. Yeah, you know, whether it's
Partnership coordinator, like,
Yeah.
when we work with Fish and Wildlife, we work with Forest Service more so, that they have a partnership coordinator.
Right.
That's responsible, that's the primary liaison with all of these different organizations that they work with.
I think you made a point, it happens organically. I've wondered, Mayor Green used to be going to meetings and councils and committees all the time. We didn't know what they were doing. But I think that's kind of the mayor's job.
The problem with it happening organically is that it also goes away organically.
Mhm.
And if you're not, and I'm talking about something
Right.
we need to adult these
Right,
relationships.
but what was
and
the
visit
mayor
them like-
doing and
Visit them
we-
like it's our job. Like, that means I need to send an email one quarter to this list of people or whatever.
Right, have we severed relationships that she worked hard to build?
I got almost zero.
Right.
I asked for a handoff. I stood there for a handoff, and I just got a desk piled up with files and stuff on top of it, with
Yeah.
some big trim.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the big trim's still there, but I couldn't work on big things. So I've seen your things.
Okay, I know.
You trim it from the
In Iowa Palms, we had, everybody on council was assigned to a different group. So you have somebody that is, assigned or tasked with the relationship with the COG. There's somebody assigned to the relationship with the Charleston Visitors Bureau. The Community Development Advisory Board, so that's something that can be shared.
Is
as
are you
you all
talking about employees or council?
council members.
Oh, that's a great idea.
There are councils that assign one member to attend the county council meeting every month, so there's a constant presence there.
They put staff people to go to these areas.
Yeah, how do
They could, but I think there's a different message when you have elected officials interacting with other elected officials. So it is something that I think could be shared, depending on the abilities of this group, but I think this is key,
It's got-
right? All right, next. Who wants to go next?
Yeah, we touched on it before, I don't know if it made the list, but the deferred maintenance in general
Mhm.
around here. Like the park was broken and there's a hole in the pull in and there's a sheetrock missing up the steps and the building needs to be repaired back there. And it's all simple stuff that's like would cost less than $1,000 to fix, but it takes an act of council, which means something that could take 2 days to to deliver and move on takes months. Is there some way to address some sort of like rolling maintenance plan that we don't have to?
I've done that where we had, I think at the time it was Hill Construction, they came in and did a very quick and dirty assessment of all the buildings and facilities grounds. Came up with a list of things from low hanging fruit to much more expensive, you need to replace roof or windows. And then every year council allocated an amount, and then staff was directed to implement that by low hanging fruit, starting there. So that's an option. It doesn't need to be as fancy as having a full on facilities assessment, but it's very helpful for budgeting purposes.
Some kind of mechanism where you can say, hey, we need to replace these basketball goals, so, you know, me and Paul and Spike are gonna take that on, and we have a credit card or something, get more money.
Always one of the things that the town is required to have its own procurement code, and the procurement code would dictate, right? The parameters that council will authorize, whether it's a city administrator, what can the city administrator approve, if it's budgeted. So it has to have a framework that you all authorize, and then once that is agreed to, whether there are certain thresholds that don't require council approval, but you still wanna make sure that you're following general competitive guidelines. In accordance with the state.
That made me think about a recommendation in specific to like this park here. I wonder if we should include that under the park board, and that way they can try to create some synergy between the little park, the big park. If they're already contracting out for landscaping over there, maybe that person comes and weed eats and, you know, cuts over there, but that would also alleviate every little expenditure having to come before council, because we allocate a certain amount of money to the park. Now, they have to come with us with their budget and tell us, hey, we've got proposals for landscaping, this is what we think it's gonna cost for the fiscal year. And then we would like a little miscellaneous money to make repairs to the playground, or if the park bench that we've installed 2 years from now gets broke, you know, I mean, just maybe that might be the avenue where we're still able to assess how the funds are being spent, but there's a different governing body. But they're also able to do the kids' events and that sort of thing. Maybe, you know, the Easter egg hunt might be great there, but maybe there's like a little Easter egg hunt over, you know, like, I don't know what that looks like.
There's something there though, you're not wrong, like there's something there.
There's some synergy that needs to happen, at least a little bit of that.
It's almost a branding perspective,
Yes.
like if the town had font and colors and, you know, logo or whatever it is, I mean, to see it was one thing, the logo is another thing. That this part, you would know that you were in a town of Allendale experience because the parks look similar.
But also because of the funding with like Parks and Rec and the way those funds come in, I think it would be great if they could help assess that, help us with assessment, like, yeah, there's an opportunity for a $25,000 grant, we'd like to put that over there, but then there's an opportunity for another $5,000 grant, that might be great at the playground or whatever. I just think there's some synergy there, I can't
Absolutely.
verbalize it appropriately, but
No, I
it's
think
getting near.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense, and ultimately, it's up to the group, to the council to decide what is the park board responsible for, right? And maybe the park board is responsible for identifying here, right? What are the key stakeholders that are associated with the work that they've been tasked to do and develop those relationships and identify grant opportunities, and that's totally within your purview to articulate and task them to do. Do you want me to add that as another?
It just kind of falls under that deferred maintenance, because like, you know, really. The playground shouldn't ultimately be the town administrator's responsibility. Does that make sense? Like, there's a laundry list of things that the town administrator should be doing every single day, and because we don't necessarily have a parks manager. Like a Mount Pleasant or a
Yeah.
Charleston County, but we have this group of 7 people who are passionate. And they've been able to vision board, you know, they've been able to do their own vision casting and brought us this incredible plan. And I just feel like they're ready to take that on. Personally.
So it's just to engage the park board on this endeavor.
When it comes like to landscaping and things
Mhm.
like that.
All right, who wants to go next? We got 17 so far.
We need at least 20. The roads and ditches have been on my list since day one. Like I've heard the roads can think that it's in detention and the ditches don't drain and some of them county and some of them are state and some of them private and so forth, but we gotta figure out how to get some assessment. A map, a color coded map that showed the color of the road. The blue is state, red is county, the yellow is private or whatever, and then you got
I think that some of that work is being, in terms of drainage, I think it's a really good picture, and some of the things that we've learned through some of the studies that are going on is that, and I think we talked about this, cleaning out the ditches may not necessarily work because alterations in the landscape have so altered the natural drainage patterns that water's not flowing the way it's supposed to. That's why it's standing. So I think looking in terms of a town planning, looking at drainage and water management from a perspective of where we are and where we do, and some of it may be as simple as, you know, these ditches are blocked, but I think some of it is more complex, and TNC and Audubon have great engineer and are creating some. Catherine heard some of the data, and I did for the North Coast last week on the study TNC's doing on the flooding and resiliency projects.
And the Audubon, South Carolina had a thing with, of the Sherry Fields leadership.
Yeah.
At the St. James T the other day,
Yeah.
and they've got, I was like, bring us to that, we want it all.
And they will, yeah.
And their engineer, and
Yeah.
it is complex, I pretty much, if you clean out a ditch, you better not dig it too deep.
Right.
Right, that on that subject,
And there's a way to do it that you can, it could be it could be a, you know, ditch, nobody goes like, man, let's go down to the ditch, you know, well, maybe more of them, like me being a ditch.
They cleared
It could be a beautiful part of your landscape if you do it correctly.
the last time they cleared my ditch. At least 5 years ago, they exposed the water line. So
Yeah.
Whenever we have a freeze like we had a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I gotta go out and I thaw it with a torch, and so I found that you can get a DeWalt cordless heat gun, and then I got that, so.
It's a community resilience plan
Yeah.
that involves stormwater.
Yeah, so, but we gotta, so are ditches separate than roads, because I've always written those together, roads and ditches.
Mhm.
Or is
So
it,
the
is it not
reason-
ditches or is it called drainage? We think about roads and we think about drainage.
So SCDOT roads will have, you know, generally ditches because their main responsibility is just clearing water from the road. They don't care about yards being flooded or you know, other areas being flooded. So I do think that there needs to be a little bit more specificity on that, you know, roads. Are you just talking about stormwater management? Or are there roads that we need to know who owns them and then who's responsible for them and who's going to?
Yeah, that's why I was,
They do.
I think that's where the specificity is, like, we need to know. Is it state, county, or private, the road itself, but I do think roads and ditches inevitably go together.
Okay,
But we're talking about, instead of roads and their associated ditches, we're talking about roads and an understanding sort of the engineer's perspective of our drainage scope. And Audubon's doing that, and TDC's doing.
And our tag team too, so staff has been involved with the Audubon as well, and then we're also been working with the Office of Resiliency, but through the state, because they're doing a watershed project through here, so we're making sure that we communicate to all three entities, because they're looking at this area.
yeah, so you're not duplicating efforts and they're talking to each other.
Apologies, I have to run.
What we'll do is, when we do the voting, you can come back and I'll give you the instructions and then we'll just compile everything after you've had an opportunity to.
I'm good for all of them.
I think she wants us to kind of rank prioritize.
Yeah, we're gonna rank those
Yeah.
priorities, so
All
I'll
of it-
finish this instructions.
All of it is stuff to be last.
All of them are must-dos, huh? Bye, good seeing you. All right,
So,
I got one more.
one more,
So if everybody's list is exhausted, I'll
and
go.
then I just have a question.
yes,
So,
sorry.
but let Chris finish.
Is you have a question about what we've been talking about or?
About the process in general, so.
Okay, I'll go again. So. Here's an issue that I've been having as a newly elected official. Is I don't know how we count. Right, and so my dilemma is this, does it matter? And should we just move forward? Or is it important for me to understand, and this is where I fall, because I'm that guy, I'm like deep dive guy, it's gonna take me a while, it's gonna take me a long time to catch up, but once I do, we're gonna get it right almost every time. But for instance, if you take the water system. I'm interested in how it got to be the way it is, and I think that would take hiring somebody that could audit it and tell us the history. The housing department, I'm interested in how it came to be. And how much money we've given away over time and that whole thing. I'd be interested in having some, like a deep dive into what's happened there over time. There are a couple of lawsuits that I know about in the county. One of them is a sled investigation. And I don't know what's going on there, but I'd love to know about that, you know, what's up with that. And I've heard the term forensic audit before, and I've not been in the position to need to know what that means before. But I feel like if I'm gonna sign my name on stuff, I better be good and damn sure I understand what the implications are. Because at some point, I just got here is no longer a good excuse. And I just don't feel like I truly understand the Elliott Summit relationship, the previous town manager relationship, what the hell's going on with the water department. You know, like, why are we so far behind in audits that we can't get a grant? I just don't know. And I know, and I must feel very like the way you must have felt, or you must still feel when you first got here, like, how do we get like this? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. But is there some way for that to make the list? Do we need to consider the idea that we need to do some selective forensic auditing on stuff?
We do have an executive session slated to update the council on that with all of our other legal matters that are coming up that you listed. That would be probably the better avenue in talking with the attorney and moving forward with that concept.
That's, I'm just saying that, I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think that your question is one that's rather kind of maybe philosophical, right? Of course, it's important that you all understand the history of everything that you've been elected to help fix or address. How that happens is different, right? Because do we have good records? Are you just relying on somebody's experience? You know, you have long-term employees that maybe can share that, right? I mean, I don't know where or how the information has been conveyed or saved. But it is important definitely for you all to do as much research on the particulars of a single issue, so that one, you know what's been tried and hasn't worked.
Yeah.
You know, what's the saying, you know, folks that don't know the history are doomed to repeat it, so. You know, maybe this is an important priority to keep in mind as you start creating your own legacy. Is how are we documenting things in a way that are going to facilitate in 10 years, 12 years, when new council members come in. That they have a foundational understanding of these issues. It's hard, right? Because again, I don't know how records have been kept.
The records are key.
Yeah, and if you don't have those records, then it's gonna be a word of mouth or just somebody sharing with you, well, here's how I remember this particular issue. So I think it's a very important question. It's very nuanced. You know, how do you do that, right?
Does that make the list somehow, or does it not? I mean,
I think. I don't know, I'm here to, you tell me, if you want it on the list, we put it on the list, to me, it's more of. an approach to issues and to things, and I think that investigative kind of attitude needs to be applied to really everything that you do. Everyone here does.
Yeah,
It-
like,
to make
like,
it a
I think,
challenge.
I think the entire council would benefit from some sort of report on how the water department came to be in the state that it's in.
They tried to do that.
Like
There
a
was
forensic
a
audit
meeting
on the
where,
water department, who's getting charged double, who's not getting charged at all? What are the tap fees? Have everybody been required to pay the tap fees? Why did we charge half of what we could for so long? They're like, how did we get here?
Well, these are big topics, right? So not including, I would not suggest including them on a regular council agenda. Your regular meetings are business meetings, you're there to take action, you're taking action for the things that the town needs. This is a special meeting where we're only going to talk about the water department and you invite, is it Rob? Ron, you invite the staff, you have sort of an open conversation about like, what do we know? What do we have? What records do we have? How do you start piecing it together for it to make sense?
Yeah, I don't think I'm qualified to do that. Like I would, like my thing would be like, let's hire somebody that's qualified to do that and audit it. And then get a report.
Well, you need documents to audit, right? And if you don't have documents, what are they going to be auditing, right?
I guess we could come up with something though, if we know that we used to have a map that was current and then we stopped adding to it. As we added lines to the water, that'd be a point. You know,
That would be on the water,
Here's why we don't know where everything is in the ground. Anyway,
I would say though, a lot of people use the term forensic audit. We hear it all the time. Actually, we wrote an article about it. I don't know if it came out last month's magazine, but or it's gonna come soon. But when a forensic audit is very, very expensive, one, and two, you do that when you have a lot of evidence that you think that there's been some type of criminal activity, and that is when to be your document, your report that you use in a legal setting.
right.
So there are multiple things that you can do to audit something, maybe a little bit more than just a regular annual audit. You can have an agreed upon procedures document, if you're looking at, telling an auditor to look at specific things, but I always try to help educate about this term forensic audit, because we use it, this town needs a forensic audit, because it's,
they have to be specific. They have to be auditing something specific.
Correct.
Otherwise, it's just.
well, I mean, you're paying $100,000.
Yeah.
I didn't know the term.
Sure, that's why I wanted to like poke it in.
Cool. Yeah, my ride, my ride's here.
Yes. The rapture. I always think,
Yesterday, we've had military helicopters going over us.
sugar, it felt like the rapture.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess it's, but we're all here now.
Yeah, I don't know what, I use forensic audit because that was the word that I was taught by a constituent when I was campaigning.
Mm-hmm,
And they were like, yeah, I thought it was forensic audit.
mm-hmm.
The town, how can I help? And they were like, boom. I don't know how that makes the list.
Yeah,
But,
anybody has any ideas?
or
about
is this not the place for
I
that?
think that might fit under the administrative topic. And you helped us.
Here,
I
an
can't. say.
operational assessment.
Yeah, I think that might fit, maybe in that operational assessment is a history of the
Or number
evolution of each department.
something that.
And then we have,
Yeah, yeah.
this is kind of general, and we
Yeah,
also
I
have.
received that, yeah, I received
Yeah.
that, I received that. And I'll keep doing I'll keep trying to get up to speed. There's. It scares me when I think about the responsibility of the deal, and it's like at some point, ignorance of it is not an excuse. And I don't want to be signing on to something that I don't understand and I don't want to be known for or responsible.
And I would say that in this form of government, that responsibility falls on everybody on council. So I think everyone should feel that same sense of responsibility of how do we make each other accountable when making decisions. So we have all the, the best available information to know that we're making the right decision moving forward. That's the key. All right.
So my question
Yes.
about processes, we've got all of these great ideas.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna rank them, but
Mhm.
what I feel like we really need to make sure they actually happen is an implementation strategy. And specific responsibilities and timelines and is that where is, I mean, planning an
that is-
idea,
that
the
is step
idea
two.
part is great and
Yeah.
fun. But then getting the work done, I think requires some structure and organization. So
He's gonna
that-
champion.
Does that come out of this process as well?
That is step two,
Okay.
right? Once we have everything lined up, and even those that don't make the top 3 levels of priorities, they stay on the list. And they are still assigned to either a committee, a staff member, sometimes even council members are assigned as you're gonna be the point person. And then a timeline is included there. I always like to say, even if something didn't make the list, it's still top of mind and priority because it made the list. And there are times when there's a window of opportunity, a grant that comes up and say, well, maybe this is not our high priority, but if we don't act now, we're gonna lose this great opportunity and allows you to pivot and move that forward. So, you know, that's one thing. The other thing about making sure that you're making progress, one idea that I've seen, so I'll tell you what I did. We created sort of general big topic items, you know, all of these things fell under stormwater improvements or strategic high level priorities. And then every single agenda of every council meeting or committee meeting included those topics. And everything that was added to the agenda had to fall within those strategic priorities. And that would tell the council, the time that we're spending discussing these things is worth it because it falls under our strategic priorities. If we had a full agenda and 5 things had to be lumped into a miscellaneous item, it tells us we're spending a lot of time on things that don't fall under any of the things that we've identified as things that we need to be working on. So that's another strategy, and that's something that you do monthly to make sure that you keep track of it. But it's up to you all to ensure that you're not just looking at this once a year. And then you see us, you know, we talk next February and say, oh, you know, where did this fall off, or where is this? Keeping movement. And I always say, if it's not on the agenda, it's not happening, it's not getting done. Because I, you know, even if it's just a little update, it kind of pushes the staff, it pushes the council to have an update, because you're gonna be talking about it in front of people, so you wanted to make sure that, you know, things were moving forward.
Speaking of things moving forward, I'd entertain a motion for lunch.
Second.
Well, and while we do.
Oh,
just
still moving.
Look at the list, and then when we come back from lunch, we're gonna start the ranking exercise. Does that work?
Hey, guys. We're back live.
Order, I said.
Alright.
Did you say order in court? Order in court. I'll have 2 cans of beer, please.
Cans of beer,
You know, that's all. You all have, that's all. Maybe need more.
I'm not, I don't have to do it.
Well,
I think we need more. Look at that. You got Spotify.
We got Tears for Fears and some Pixie.
well, thank you for lunch, it was delicious, chicken salad, very good advice.
Thank you for having Karen.
I'm sorry?
Donna and Karen.
Oh, yes, thank you, of course, it takes a village, thank you, Donna. You know, together. All right, so now we're approaching, we're at the last step of the process where we are all going to identify our top priorities. We're gonna go through this exercise and try to find alignment, right? The majority of council rules, we're gonna find what the majority of council believes are the top priorities for the town of Versailles. Like I said earlier, it doesn't mean that things that don't fall in that top priority are discounted, are left on the side and never looked at again. There's still important things that you all have identified as needing to happen. And they need to be on the list, they need to be addressed. But it may be in terms of the timing and the priority of it might be different for a variety of reasons, right? So, like I indicated before the break, I'm gonna ask each one of you to tell me your top 3 priorities in order of importance, because your first one is going to get the most number of points. And then that's gonna go down, until like your third priority is going to have 1 point. After we go through that round, we're going to count them, and those items that have been identified and have the most number of points are going to become your high priority or must use on the plan. And we're gonna take them off the list, right? So the next few cycles, you're not gonna elect or select anything from those that have already been identified. So, Councilmember Porsche.
One.
Okay, so 1 is continue improvements to town facilities, and it includes a whole laundry list of things. 15 is hire utility manager for the water department and overall enhance the department. And then your third one, number 9, assessment of the water department. And that means looking at the billing system, maybe conducting a rate study, developing engineering standards for tie-ins, et cetera, et cetera. All right, sir, you wanna go next?
Well, I saw 9, 13, and 15 all as one.
Okay,
Not 9 is.
9, we, the assessment of the water.
15 is hiring a person, I think.
Hiring.
13 is improve security, so if I have to say 1, I would say 9.
Okay,
6.
review and update on operation.
That's my second one.
Yep.
And then 5.
Then 5, identify community needs and developing plan to address with potential partners.
Decided I had to be somewhat outward facing and what's the community?
Okay, and,
I said 2,
okay,
and 6.
okay,
And mainly because I think those are such not that I think those are such foundational things. I think to accomplish anything else, we have to have those in place.
absolutely.
And then I also think 9 and 15 are kind of the same. I treated those as sort of one, and I think that is my third.
If everyone in the group agrees, we can combine them. Is that something everybody agrees?
Yeah, I did.
That's Grace, that's exactly what I said.
All right, so let's do that.
Me and Bruno.
269.
So 9 and 15.
And then for the same reason too, it's like I liked other things, like I want farmer's market to be number one.
Yeah.
But it's like we need to get some, we need to get those. We'll get there.
Nobody's cheating here. I'm gonna remove
Yeah.
these two and add them here.
Well, I was keeping track, Mr. Councilman Porche, you did have 9 and 15 as your top ones.
Yeah,
Do you want to change maybe one of those to a different one?
Yeah, so what I did, give me another one and that third one will get 1 point because I gave this one your 2. Second,
I think I can show we did all right till now.
alright. So. Your third is 9 plus 15,
Correct.
so I'm gonna add another one to that, okay? Mayor,
I have 269.
2. 6. Oh, wait, it's not this. And 9. Okay? Sir?
1, 15, and 14.
I'm sorry, tell me your second and third,
15.
15, which is here. And then
14.
14. Okay. Sir,
8, 9, 7.
8,
But it's really a different list on that. I don't know if we need to, find experts, I think, but the zoning land staff needs a high priority.
and then 7 was your last one.
8, 9, 7.
Got it. Okay. All right, so let's see. Clearly, number 9 and 15 is one of your top must-dos. Then after that, we have number 6. And number 1 and number 2. They're all of them are tied. So we're gonna pick them up. So you have 4 top priorities. All right, so now pick your next 3 top priorities. You can ignore the ones that I've already circled.
For
Because
now.
they're gonna be on your list already. Does that make sense? Okay. So and if you don't have 3 and you just wanna tell me 2, that's okay. Does that make sense? Everyone have, do you have any questions or?
No, I just need
Wanna
to,
look?
I need to look again. Is that
All
okay?
right, well, I'm gonna repeat them just for the benefit of the, so number 3, we have create a volunteer organization. The mayor talked about having a list and identify folks that can do volunteer work for the town. We have farmers market and events, a floral market, 5K race, just as example of events to enhance community engagement. We have number 5, identify community needs and develop a plan to address it with potential partners. Adopt a housing program by ordinance. Identify experts needed for zoning and land use regulations, but as Councilmember Kraus was talking about, it's much broader than just experts. Assess security of town hall. Focus on making the building more welcoming and citizen oriented. Quarterly newsletter, maybe reinitiating that again, mostly mail in. Improve the grounds of the town hall facilities, the parking lots, etc. Improve security around the water system. Assess current services and identify what can be brought in-house versus having to be hired. Develop from relationships with local, regional, state, and federal. Develop what the mayor called a relationship maintenance strategy. Address deferred maintenance. And road and stormwater improvements.
So anything that's not circled.
That's right, anything that's not already identified as your top priorities. Correct, the 15 we lumped in together with 9.
You should sort of let it rain to them.
Yeah, right. You ready? All right, we're gonna identify who you say you live. All right, you wanna go first?
3.
3. 18. Road and stormwater improvements. And number 4. Okay. Sir? You ready?
Yep.
Mhm.
7, 8, 3.
7. 8. And 3. Okay.
8,
8.
5. And 16.
Develop strong relationships with local partners. Perfect. Mayor?
786.
That was my first area code.
Wasn't, where, where's that?
Puerto Rico, 1, 2, 3.
I've been to Puerto Rico, it's beautiful. Hey,
8.
Isla Encantada, right?
and then, 16.
16, okay.
Yeah, like what my heart wants me to do is move toward everything good for the community, but what my head says,
Yeah.
we gotta get some chips. We
Yeah.
gotta get some things in order before we're ready to have a volunteer organization.
Foundational
The fun stuff.
fun stuff, yeah. All right, sir,
3,
3,
10,
10. Peter.
12. 12.
12. Okay,
8,
mhm,
7. Stay right where you are. 16.
all right, so clearly, you have 3 top. Sort of in your medium size, medium category. You have adopt a housing program, ordinance. Identify. We talked about just broader terms, zoning and land use regulations. And then create a volunteer organization.
Nice.
There you go, you got it. Pretty much aligned, it's very obvious. All right, let's do it one more time. You can ignore 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15. Those are already on the list, so give me your last top 3.
What's number 17, y'all?
Number 17, it's address deferred maintenance. And engage the park board to maybe address some of the needs that are related to the park.
That's crazy, that's not gonna be the least. Addressing the third meeting, I guess that's the nature of the third meeting.
Well, even if it doesn't, I mean, that's an easy action item. That's like, we just say do this, you know? And I mean, we can't still do it. Some of this stuff is like,
Oh, I know, yeah. so
Down-
fire and accountant.
yeah, I mean, that's not a long-term, that's not a huge, heavy lift. It's just to find out who it is and put them to work. Yeah.
Good point.
Oh, then I gotta get on board with business number 17. You know, we got one more, so wow, we got to listen to Mr. Timmons.
I know, they love it. People in this town do
Where
that.
you went with them?
People in this town do that all the time, man. I wish I could listen to these.
Well, anybody with a deer rifle that can put this town in a world of hurt, I already know. You weren't around for that, where you bought when somebody shot a hole in the water tank?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Now, not unfortunate.
Five.
Okay.
16. 13.
Okay. Sir?
5. And here's a new one, 4
Ooh.
and 11.
Left.
That's another new one.
Out.
Running
I'm on Gasper.
What, can you read 13 for me?
13, I have improved security around the water system.
Okay.
Thank you, Rodney.
I heard, when I heard for you guys, so.
Remember that?
Not that I don't think we need to do that one, but 11, 4, and 3.
Three. Well, 3 we already had.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So you got on one.
Well, you know, that, I mean, I think that's something we can take care of too, without a lot of. All
Get
good.
rid of those yahoos.
I don't
that live
remember
right
which
next door.
ones, but
That's what it is.
Housing program, so that's also one of your,
Oh, that's already up.
that's already there. I'm gonna read the ones that are.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I
No,
can't
no,
see
no.
from.
We have farmers market and other events to enhance community engagement. We have identified community needs and develop a plan to address it with some potential partners. We have assessed security at town hall, making sure that the building becomes a little bit more welcoming and. This is where Councilwoman Helms wanted to include the community resource room. We have a quarterly newsletter to improve communications with the town, improve grounds around town hall, security around the water system. Assess current services and identify which ones can be brought from house for improved services.
I'll go with 11, 4 in that one.
11, 4, and which one? And
The one you, yeah, the one you
Okay.
just read, services.
Right,
All right.
Mayor.
16. 18.
Mhm.
4.
And 4. Okay.
I don't know, what are we gonna do? I'm sorry for the deer run, but we need that. We're still.
4.
4.
We're gonna have a farmer's market, y'all.
Looks like it. I'm sorry,
12,
12.
13.
All right.
16.
Okay.
18. 5.
Okay. Let's see, so clearly you have number 5. Number 4. And number 16. Perfect. very much alignment, to me, obviously all of you, I mean, I think that. Y'all came up with really practical, actionable things, which I really appreciate. It helps give guidance to staff. Like I said, and I'm gonna put all this together in a spreadsheet. And provide that to Catherine so that she and her staff and you all can work on that second step, and I'm happy to help and do whatever y'all need me to do. I'm here at your disposal. And the idea would be to put them together, have them adopt them by resolution to council, and I can provide samples of that. It doesn't have to be a deal. And then it's gonna be a matter of how you all as a group are going to hold each other accountable about the progress of these items through the year. Definitely, most of these things will require some budgetary adjustments, right? So as you go through the budget process, this should be central and top of mind to ensure that you are assigning and allocating resources as necessary. Yes, sir.
So you go a step further and rank them as to which one's got most, second.
Yes, and that'll be based on the total number of points. Most of them, I think, are tied.
Yeah, it looks like 8 got most. This
Mhm.
one I'm seeing.
The green, they're colored green too, so they're already.
Green is
Yes.
the top three.
Top blue is gonna be.
No, I mean overall, most house marks. It's like number 8 got the most. Right?
Oh, if you look at all the points.
Yeah, it's 5, 10,
Well,
13.
Mhm.
Are you gonna do it
Yeah,
that way?
but-
to show-
Yeah,
It's still tier 2.
it's still tier,
Yeah, it's still,
Excuse me?
right.
it's still tier 2, it's still your medium priority.
Okay, so it doesn't matter which one got the most,
No.
which one got the
No,
second
because
most.
we voted on that after we took out the top three.
Correct.
Hey, can we do it, just. I'm happy to, for the answer to be no, but can we do this? Until we prioritize all of them, can we do it twice more or once more or something, just one more time, just to see whether.
Sure. I mean, typically what we do is the ones that are not circled are included as in, part of the fourth list.
Right, but I'd like to see that fourth list, I'd like to see the
Of
order of
course,
the
do you
fourth.
wanna do the exercise?
It's sort of like what I was talking about. Is there no value in knowing which one everyone thought was the
There
most
is value.
important?
Yeah, there is.
This is all going to be reflected in that document.
Oh, okay,
This is
I
not-
misunderstood. I thought it wasn't gonna be.
Yeah,
like,
but if it was,
Number 8 got the most amount of votes, which were.
Yes, but that's not, we don't categorize them by priority based on the total number of votes, because as you indicated,
yeah,
people identified this as their top priority after maybe others have been already identified.
Well, I see.
It was not their top. The first.
So there is some value when that got 13 and
No, there
number
is.
1 got
I mean, you
6.
can assign value to it, and if you wanna say this one had the most total points out of everything, absolutely, but it's just the exercise works in a way of
I got you.
identifying.
Now I understand.
Mhm.
Thank you.
It has some value, but I don't know if it's relevant.
Yeah, it didn't have the value I thought it did.
Maybe not.
I didn't understand.
But I don't think there's any question that that's what we're gonna be working on this year, number 8, I mean, we don't have a choice.
Oh, yeah, it's
Yeah.
coming up quick.
So can we roll through this until we know where the items list, items go?
sure, Chris.
I just think it's. Knock that one.
We'll figure another fun game to play.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna do red. So then now you are looking, I'm just gonna say the numbers, okay? So you're looking at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 17 and 18.
So we should only have to do this.
Oh, okay.
Might get in there, yeah.
So.
Okay.
Which one? So tonight was a security. Council.
Okay,
That was also to revitalize our community resource center, to make it more citizen.
okay,
11 was the community newsletter.
What's interesting is we're on the third sheet. I mean, we brought them up.
11.
I saw that.
Yeah,
too.
priority.
Yeah, that's also relevant, it's also statistically relevant.
And then 12 was improve the ground, so in part of the program center, specifically. And then 13 was improved security or no houses.
Oh, yeah.
And then 14 is finding services in the house with
Is
public
it 14
assessment.
or 17?
14 was the assessment of our current services and senior transfer planning house. 15 is combined. 16 is off. 17 is address deferred maintenance and engaged. For that's 8, so we see the deferred maintenance. 17 addressing the deferred maintenance. And then maybe addressing the board, so we're parking home, park, and then roads and stormwater. I think I know Donna's got talents too.
Okay, fine, John, all right,
What?
I got you, I got you.
I saved your life, Paul. Hey, John, thank you.
I'm gonna start with, Councilmember Kraus, this go around.
11 and 14.
Okay,
11, 12, 17.
oh, wait, yeah. Okay, wait, 1, 4. I'm sorry, and 12 and 14? Was that your last one?
17,
Oh, 7.
No, yeah,
11, 12, 17.
yeah.
Got it. Okay, all right.
11, 14, 18.
Okay,
11, 12, 17.
We're gonna have a newsletter.
That's something. Yeah.
what was your last one? I'm sorry.
17.
17 as well, okay. Right. Yes,
11, 17, 13,
11,
17,
17,
13.
13. Okay,
13, 11, 17.
13.
You're on there, buddy.
Hey, we got the same ones, just in a different order.
And 17? Yes, all right, so clearly you're gonna have a new newsletter,
Nice newsletter.
quarterly
Yes, sir.
newsletter. Then improve grounds around town hall. And number 17, right? Address the deferred maintenance. All right, I think the mayor wants to do one final round.
Then we'll go. Then we'll- Thanks for your patience.
Oh, my, anytime.
What are our choices this time? Can you-
Okay, your choices include assess security of town hall,
What number?
that is number 10.
Right?
Then 13, improve security around the water system. Number 14, assess current services and identify those that can be brought in-house. And number 18, road and stormwater improvements.
How does that not get wrong?
Must have missed it.
Yeah.
Not our job.
I mean, it's like, it's good, yeah, it isn't affecting music. But
It's a priority we just have to have.
just have to have one.
I think we have to have other foundational things in place first.
Yeah, that's what I was.
And then we can look at overall.
That road thing, that like it makes you think if we don't do it now, it's gonna get worse, but like it's still functioning.
Yeah.
You know, so if it's not sort of like as urgent as it's gonna be.
Yeah.
So there's still one that's not gonna make the cut.
But don't get, we'll know where it falls.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. You hang in there, you hang in there, Brian.
All right, who's ready?
Right,
Mayor, go first.
10,
Uh-huh.
18. 14. What was 10? 10 was
10.
assessed security.
At town hall.
And focusing on making the building more welcoming and revamping our
Yeah, that's
community
good.
resource center,
I got
make
it.
it more citizen oriented.
I go.
All right. Councilmember Press.
18, 11, 14.
11 was already.
Yes,
wasn't it?
11's already on your fourth here.
Well, let's see, 14 and 13.
And 13. Okay. Thank you. Third.
13,
Huh?
18, and 10.
18. And 10. Okay, ma'am.
18 and 13.
And 13, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, third.
10, 13, 14.
13. And 14.
Mhm.
Okay,
10, 13,
and 10, 10,
13,
13.
18.
That's crazy because we think that you picked it, but I don't ever remember again. So it's-
So if we
That's
have,
why it doesn't know, that's why the tally doesn't matter.
we have number 18. And we have number 14. But that's the 13. Oh, no, that's right, I'm sorry. Not 14.
Mhm.
13. I mean, I guess we could only put 14 as well. That's the most votes.
Did 14 end up like the last one on the list?
We did.
Mhm.
Okay. What's it?
9 points.
It's a good list. Yeah,
Very good.
it's a good list.
I mean, I think there's again, like I said earlier, a lot of alignment and the progress will depend on, again, on the progress that you all make. And how you are holding each other accountable, holding the staff accountable. Be happy to help on the steps. Creating a timeline, how do we identify to the right, that right group? And make sure that it keeps moving.
I think that would be really helpful to have your support with that next step.
Anything you need.
Yeah.
I have a wild card, and I apologize. But see that number 19 sitting there, it's like that. So I had a meeting with, at their request, I had a meeting with the Unity Group at the City Missionary Baptist Church. There were 15 people there, and they were telling me how they felt and what needed to see what I was about and have me see what they were about. And the biggest deal that I got out of it has to do with the changes that we're making and the necessary ordinances to hold development out of here. Right? And the idea that what we're doing to keep big development out is also making locals that have lived here for hundreds of years fearful that when their son gets out of the army, he's not gonna be able to build a house behind their house as was the plan due to wetland ordinance or due to whatever the zoning is, or due to stuff like that. And so that was my big takeaway, although I think that they may have been trying to make me leave with some other thing. That's my real serious takeaway. And so I thought Amy Armstrong and SNLP about cultural overlay district.
Yeah.
And how to protect, Delegates, how to protect settlement communities, which isn't quite appropriate. And how to protect the rights of the people who've been here for a long time, because what we're trying to do isn't limit that so much as, as send a message to the developers that we're not open for business like we want for. So I would add,
Can I interrupt for just a
please,
second?
you can have it.
I don't think you need to add anything, because I think that falls under the expertise we need, gathering the expertise we need to
Zoning.
file the zoning. That's a part of that, like doing, I think that's a priority for all of us to protect the character without
Heirs property.
putting, and so, Eric, maybe stealth, this
Yeah,
heirs property.
yeah.
So that's bringing in that expertise with those overlay districts and all of that. So we got you.
You're correct, you're correct. So yeah, but that's important. I want to say that out from council, so you know that is something important. That's what Amy said. She said there's like a precedent. There's a real path forward. We can get this done. And I was like, well, then send out the word,
Problem is getting folks to agree on what they want.
right? At least if we're doing that, we're making progress. What do we do next? Dee, are you done?
I'm done.
Are you trying to leave what?
No. At your service, like I said, I'm gonna put all this in nicer words. I know we're kind of brainstorming. Put it in a format that will allow us to move forward to the next step. Assign it to particular staff members or committees, it'll be your choice. And that'll be the next step that you need to take in order to make sure that you're checking in at least monthly or quarterly. And get updates on each of these priorities.
Very cool. Well,
The other thing I would recommend is adopt these in a nicer format, adopt this by resolution, which just reflects the will of the group. And we can have that ready for your next council meeting. And again, you're sharing that with the community, what your priorities are, what you're gonna be working on the next year. And again, a lot of these things are not 12 month projects. They're gonna be ongoing. You're already working on projects, that maybe have been in the pipeline for many, many years. So all of that continues. This is just adding to the cake.
And Desiree, just to make sure that I got the tallies right too, is 9 for like tier 1 is 9 and 15 when we combine them, 6, 1, 2.
That's right. We have the green, the one showing in green,
Yeah.
1, 2, 6, and 9 and 15.
And then mid was for like tier 2, because we have multiple tiers now, 7, 8, 3.
3, 7, 8, yes.
And then tier 3 was 4, 5, 16.
That's right. Maybe orange, 4, 5, and 16, yes.
Tier 4 was 11, 12, 17.
11, 12, 17, correct.
And then tier 5 was 10, 18, and 13.
You got it.
And then 14 is still there,
I
but
wanted to go for
the fifth
I
tier.
wanted to go 4th tier.
Yeah, the 4th tier.
I ran out of colors.
But I mean, like, it could still be kind of like others that the
Absolutely.
council's considering.
Absolutely.
all right, then, let's see, Desiree, I love the way you put it, the way you articulated it, when you began our goal setting was we were elected due to what we articulated was our vision. And that's why we got elected, and that what we're doing here is trying to figure out what the vision looks like in practical terms. But thank you for your expertise.
You're welcome.
Thank you for leading us through this and always being so great. And for the email that you'll get with the spreadsheet. And
Now the work begins.
that's that.
Now the real work. This is
Yeah,
easy. Yeah.
so that's what I was gonna say was because you've seen this before, if you know this process. If you have any strategies that you've seen work, maybe more importantly that didn't. But we know we can count on you for your advice as we kind of do the real get to work.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much.
Any other parlor tricks, dance?
Motion to adjourn.
Order. Order the court.
That's the judge.
No, that's all. Yeah. Order the court, I'll have to, so, there's not good turn, motion to, I'll receive motion to adjourn.
So move.
30 seconds, all in favor?
Aye.